I'm setting up my area. I ran a little behind. I fell asleep too long this morning. So, folding up my doilies. How are you? Is everything coming in okay? It's not like hesitating or anything like that? I'm tired this morning too. I've been cleaning carpet all day yesterday. Let's see. Get that chewed out here. Then I gotta get another jar. Because people wanna see how you start a starter. I'm gonna get flour out to show what flour I use. And then mix a bowl and that comes down. Yeah, it has been a while. Have you been doing okay, or is it just you've been working a lot? I was worried. I was like, I haven't seen him in a grip, and I don't think anybody else has checked on you. I was like, I gotta check on him. I gotta take cheese out of my freezer. Check my jalapenos. We're gonna use those up today. And I think I'm gonna do 2 different doughs today. It's not a problem. I do that. Anybody who hasn't shown up in a while, there's another one too I'm kind of concerned about. But she had a baby. That was Stephanie. Do you remember her? I'm using my new phone stand. I got it on top of my island. Let me take it off. I'll kind of give you a tour. My don't mind the one half of my kitchen. I'm still organizing yet from doing this. So, but this is the kitchen island. And then I got this new rug. And the reason I needed the island is I only have those 3 cabinets and these cabinets here. So my kitchen is real tiny. Well, not tiny, just not enough space. Let me see. I hate this thing where you gotta stretch it to put your phone in. Pinched my fingers once good with it. It took me a little while to do it, and it was because of that TV stand. After putting that together, that took a lot. And this wasn't too bad to do, but those cam bolts, you got to be very careful with the cam bolts when you set it up. Hi, Dakota. Welcome in. Because they can snap real easy. We were in the living room, and my husband decided to walk over the part that I had a cam bolt in, and the pajama pants caught it and just broke the cam bolt right out of the thing. Now, the company offered to send me a new board, a replacement board, or $20. But where it was at, it seemed to be all right, and it's holding up pretty good. So instead, they gave me like $20 off of the stand. I did do a short on that bolt being broke. I really despise cam bolts because even on my TV stand, it had those cam bolts too, and we broke one of those on there too. So I'm waiting to get a little bit more people in here because I'm gonna show how to do the actual starter. But I think I'm gonna have to put you guys on the floor. So you guys are going up high right now because otherwise you won't get a good view. Oh, and I have a cat, and he may go up on my my table. Let's see. Yeah, that looks about right. Lock it. He may go up on my my stand. That's a better view. I will be shooing him down. So you guys know I'm not a professional baker. I am a home baker. So I do have pets. My cats do like to go on my table. I do shoe them down, so I'm well aware. I do not sell my stuff out of my home. I do not have the rights to do that at this moment. When I do get to that point, these animals will not be allowed in my kitchen. December 28th, so I'm not a professional at it, nor do I claim to be a professional at it. I have fun at what I do. Hi, Luke. This is my Gertrude. Her home is a little not pleasant looking for me. I tend to change my jar like every other feed. I do keep it in a bowl just in case it overflows, which that may happen. And my temperature in my apartment's a little chilly today, so I'm going to put it actually on a heat mat so we can get the process going. So, let's see. And I do not, when I feed my starter, I do not measure. I just go off of the texture of the dough. Well, the starter. And let's see, I can show you. That's a very good starter. Just how the air pockets and stuff are in there. I describe it like Freddy Krueger skin. I go in and I kind of scrape it down and kind of stir it up a little bit. I have bottles of water that I use. I use Ice Mountain. It's a Spring Mountain water. Spring water is the best water to use in a starter. I did try playing around with tap water. I've waited for what seems to be a whole stream, but I'm hella tired. You go ahead and get rest, Tax. I'll be on here almost all day. Get some rest, and I'll still probably be on when you get some rest. Get some sleep. It's all good. In the starter, it is just flour and water. And you're gonna, what it does is over a period of time, the flour and water will collect the yeast out of your environment. And that is what makes your stuff rise. It's hard to explain it. It in a certain week, when I go through the process with everybody, it pulls bad bacteria to create the good bacteria. So it pulls out stuff out of your environment, and then it starts killing off the bad bacteria. But bad bacteria can also take over if you don't do it right. But it doesn't mean to give up. You keep going at it. So I don't use a lot of water when I feed my starter. I would say maybe about a quarter cup. I just pour it in. And then you want to give it a good mix-a-rooney to thin it out. Kind of like you do when you make your bread. You'll see that. Create little bubbles in it. I'll kind of show you what it looks like after I mix it. So all a starter is flour and water, but it takes time before it gets to become a starter because you got to it's got to collect the bacteria and process it into yeast. I got to get a paper towel out because I'm going to set this down on the paper towel. It kind of gets like a soupy like, you know. And then I use a certain brand of flour. When I started my starter, I used Great Value, which is Walmart's unbleached bread flour. But I noticed my starter wasn't doing what it needed to do. It wasn't rising and going double in size. So I switched to the King Arthur brand. And then ever since then, she's been taken off. So when people say the flour, pay attention to that because that flour, the King Arthur, I found is the best. They really know. And I was like, oh no, I could do this. I could do this with the Great Value. But she wasn't like doubling or anything. It wasn't, she would rise just like a little bit, but not double. Now, I have a scoop in my flour that I use. And I do like a big, massive scoop when I feed. And then I kind of just stir it around. And this is my favorite spatula, by the way. Everybody can use those spurtles, but this one here gets the jar clean. You don't need expensive tools. And my jar is a Dollar Tree jar. I don't have an expensive jar. I did buy one, and that thing was so thin and it broke. I won't do it again. I refuse to pay a lot of money for something that's going to break and is very fragile. I don't think I'm going to have to add any more. I'm going to scrape my sides and look. Maybe a little tad more. I'm going to add a little tad more flour. I like to feed it extra thick. I get really good bubbles and a good rise from it. And if you over flour in your jar, you can add a little bit more water to it. Now, I know that there's going to be sourdough police out there saying, oh, you should measure and do your ratios. Do what's best for you. I do better this way than I do measuring this stuff. Now, when I'm starting it with you guys today, that I will measure. Alright. Yeah, she's thick. See, I want her thick. I want her like real thick. People say pancake batter, but I don't think that's pancake batter. I think that's more Play-Doh. Now I'm going to scrape down my sides. Now I have a rubber band around my jar that I got from that expensive kit. But if you don't have that, you can use just a regular rubber band. Or you can use even dry erase markers. This is glass. And I move my band down to the line of where my starter is at in the jar. And then I just put my lid on it and let it sit. And that'll sit in an approximately 4 to 6 hours. She should double, if not triple in size. And because my environment is cold right now, and I'm going to try to speed up the process with you guys, I have a bread mat, a bread warming, or like a proofing mat. that I'm going to use. Oh, also, starter is like cement. Do not put it down your drain. As you can see, I'm cleaning this off really well with this paper towel. Little bits, fine, but you don't want to put starter down your drain. So I try to clean everything off of it the best I can. And then I soak it in a cold water. So that spatula is soaking. And then I'm going to start my a brand new starter in a little bit. I want to do that when I got a little bit more people on my live. Because that's a process that people need to see. I'm going to plug in my kitchen island here real quick. I got to get my bread mat out. And cord. Now you don't have to go out and buy a bread mat, but I'll tell you, in the winter months, this thing will be your best friend. I started my starter in December, which is like the worst time of the year to start your starter because it's cold, it's dry. I had a lot of frisbees happen when I did my starter. And don't be disappointed. Frisbees taste just as good as the fluffy ones. I wasn't about to waste it. Now, you don't have to go off and run and buy one of these, but it's been a lifesaver for me. And I'm going to set it for like 80, because starter likes an environment anywhere from like 75 to 80. I'm going to set it to 80. And then turn the timer off. Well, no, we'll turn the timer on it. Because in 4 to 6 hours, it should at least double and triple. So we will turn that starter on it. Now, I have a little thermometer thing on mine. I haven't quite figured out the purpose of this little thermometer thing. There are ones without it. You don't need this little thermometer gauge. But what I do is put it underneath the mat. Suction it down and I put it underneath the mat. I'm going to actually set the jar right down on it because we're right here so I can watch it when it overflows. And she needs a new bowl. You don't need fancy tools to do this. Don't go off saying, oh, I need this, I need that. You don't need fancy tools. Dollar Tree. Simple Dollar Tree jar. That's all I use. I use my spatulas that I've had. I had one that came with a kit because I got kind of suckered into buying one. Hi, Nieces. Hi, Kaylee. Hi, White Point. You guys are far away from me. I don't have readers. I need to get some. I'm old. There's my kitty cat. I told you he would stop up and say hi. I have glasses that have the bifocal in it, but Puppy got a hold of it and one of the lenses are not in it. My other phone is charging, which I could put closer to see, and we haven't installed the TV on the wall to where I could see it yet. But we're getting there. Like, one half of my kitchen is destroyed and the other half is fine. It's basically trying to organize it. My husband is to hang on this wall here some hanging baskets that I could put stuff in. I have no cabinet space, none whatsoever. So this kitchen island helps a lot. I've really been enjoying having it. Once I get it organized, I'll give you guys a better tour because I'm kind of embarrassed how the other half of my kitchen looks right now. But I've also been spring cleaning my carpet too. So we're starting to get a little bit more people. So in this jar, I'm going to actually show people how you start a starter. If you plan on doing baking all the time and you're not in a big rush to start a loaf of bread, my recommendations is to start a starter. But if you're impatient and you want a loaf of bread immediately, buy one of those starters that you can get online, because it'll be a lot faster for you and you'll be able to start to bake bread within a week of having it. My starter took a while to establish. I was using the wrong kind of flour. And when I say wrong kind of flour, there are different flours. I use King Arthur brand now, but when I started it, I used the Great Value unbleached bread flour. It works, but it wasn't getting the rise that I needed. It wasn't making my starter strong to where I could use it. I'm reading your guys' comments. I'm going to also move a chair around because I know dang well I'm not going to stand this whole time. Whoops. Let's move it here. Oh, toot, toot, toot. All right, so we got a chair. We're gonna sit here for a minute because I want to wait for more people to come in, because I know people are gonna want to see me start this. So, but I have this on a warming mat because it'll speed up the process. So I'm not here like all day doing the bread with you guys all day. I gotta load tires into my van with my husband today. Tomorrow she gets her new tires. And this time I'm not doing it, my husband's gonna do it. But how is everybody today? I had a rough awakening this morning. I'm gonna get my tea. You'll hear my cat might come up here and visit us. I'm not a professional baker. I'm a home baker. This is my home. I do not sell any out of my home. Everything I make in here is what goes in our mouths, not anybody else's. When it does come to that point, my animals will be kept out of this area. Oh yeah. I had a cup of coffee, but I'm waiting for that to kick in. I gotta take my blood pressure meds too. Lovely morning. So when I do the starting of the starter, I do have a scale. I just got it off of Walmart. It's not an expensive one. You don't need an expensive one. I have this one too that I used to use. I just wanted a different one. Hi Heather, how are you? But a scale does come in hand when you're making your bread. That is a tool you want to invest in when you're doing sourdough. You don't need fancy gadgets and stuff like that. Even to stir sourdough, you can use your 5 digits, 10 digits. Technically 5 because you're only putting the one hand in there to mix. I have a Danish dough whisk. I really like it, so I did get one, which is this thing. I really like it. I have another one with a metal handle too that came with a kit, but I wanted the one with the wood handle. I spoiled myself. You don't need it to do it. In fact, even like those Benetton baskets, you don't need them either. You can use a strainer with a tea towel. I'm gonna put a towel over this. Kind of entrap the heat. But I'm enjoying this this stand. I got a cookie jar and I loved it. It was so cute. Let's see, what does it say? It's the Little Debbie. I was like, oh, that fits me perfect with my name and stuff. But my son went and took cookies out of it and dropped the top on the ground and it shattered. So I ordered another one. And that one I'm going to take my utensils and put in. So I'll have a Little Debbie utensil somewhere behind me. We will need the spatula. I literally had no storage space in my kitchen. I have 2 closets down my hallway. One of them I used for towels, the other one I turned it into a pantry. Because they were both like bathroom like closets. So I got like a lot of my crock pot and canned goods and stuff like that in it. I had to be very creative here because I don't have cabinet space. These cabinets here are tiny. That one's loaded full of spices. The other one is loaded full of like cookie sprinkles and packets that you use for seasonings and stuff. Even like some medications. And then the center one's got my plates, my cheese grater, my chopper. And I only have one cabinet on the bottom that I can use for pots and pans over here. So this thing came in handy because it gave me a lot of shelving space. And it's got a built-in garbage can. I like that too. Oh geez, my Lincoln's getting sick. If he doesn't eat in the morning, he gets an upset tummy and he vomits. And I don't know why. I looked it up. There's nothing I could really do about it. I can't force feed him in the morning. Gotta love the puppies. Yeah, you saw that, Princess? Oh, there, I can hear it. So are you guys ready for me to start the starter? Because I'm going to start one right now. And this I do measurements on. Get my bread flour out. I got bags of flour behind me, but I'm not opening them. I have it in my flour container. It's the same flour as the blue bag, which is this one right here. That's what I use. Are you okay, buddy? I noticed you had a little problem there. Now, a lot of people will weigh their jar. I zeroed out my scale and I got it on the gram setting. A lot of people will put the jar on and weigh it. Mine weighs 409. Now it says 410. I can show that this jar will weigh different every time you tap it. So I go with the one it constantly stays at. It would be 409. But I don't weigh my jar. I just zero it out and make it 0. And I am going to do about, let's start with the water. $50 grams of water. All right, we're right at 50. And then 50 grams of flour is what you want on top of that. So you zero out your scale again. And I'm going to sprinkle in about 50 grams of flour. If you're off a gram, that's not a big deal. Right on. So 50 grams of water, 50 grams of flour. I'm going to just set that back there. Do not mix on your scale. It will damage your calibrations on your scale. So I'm turning my scale off. And then you just mix that together until it's pretty combined. You don't need a lot to start a starter. It's going to smell like flour and water. Grab a paper towel. Do not put starter down your drain. It will harden like cement. That is a big no-no. Clean off all your utensils before you put them in your sink. Well, you're under my feet, girl. You're under my feet. Not a good place to be. And then I don't have... I know I had... I think my son ran off with my rubber bands. Oh, I got an apron. My son ran off with my apron. I bought some dry erase markers. Really, there's no line, and you don't need to really mark this jar at this moment. But normally you want to level it out, but I'm going to put a line right here because that's about where it would be. And then just cap it and set it aside. Now, it is 7:35. I'm going to mark that on my jar. Every morning around 7:35 a.m. you want to feed it. And tomorrow, that sourdough you're not going to discard. You won't discard for, I think it's 2 days. And you will do the same feeding ratio. 50 grams of water, 50 grams of flour. And you'll start at that time tomorrow. You don't touch it, you just leave it alone. If it's colder months by you, my suggestion is to put it in your oven with the oven light on. Don't forget it's in there and turn your oven on and cook it, because then you got to start all over again. Just the oven light, and set it inside the oven in the winter, or cold if it's cold. And I'm going to leave it out on my countertops because it gets about 70 to 80 degrees up in my apartment until we put the AC unit in. I bought me an apron, and I never even put it on. It doesn't tie. I'm still in the process of losing weight, so it doesn't fit around my waist very well. I can't tie it. So, but that's okay. I could sit here with it on. It says, I never dreamed I would grow up to be a super sexy sourdough baker. But here I am, killing it. I'm gonna add some, because these are kind of small. I'm gonna add something onto it so I could strap it around myself. Now, it's pretty much so a waiting process for your starter to get to where it needs to be. Because you can't bake a loaf of bread until it has reached peak. So I got it on this heating mat to kind of help speed up the process. We'll check it every so often, and I'll show you how fast it grows. Because Gertrude is a overachiever for sure. Especially ever since I switched to the King Arthur flour. And everybody is different. Like when I bake, I use the all-purpose flour instead of the bread flour. I like the all-purpose flour. I will do a live one day showing different bread flours at baking things. Because I bought some whole wheat too. I want to try doing a loaf with a little bit of whole wheat flour. And I heard having whole wheat flour in your bread will give you a better rise. I drink iced tea a lot. I have big cups of iced tea all the time. Never use tap water in your sourdough. A lot of people will stress that, and I will tell you there is chlorine in tap water. Now, if you have well water as your source, and you're not using a softener on your well water, go ahead and use your well water. The minerals and stuff is what you need. I use bottled spring water. I got Ice Mountain. I have a actual 2.5 gallon container of it. But I feed my bird the spring water, and I have bottles on my counter from filling up his container. I'll just use those so I don't have them sitting around. You don't need fancy tools. Use what you got. Don't especially if you're just starting and you're not sure if you're going to do it for a while. Don't go buying fancy tools. Use what you got. God gave you fingers, use your fingers. It's only you eating it. It's not like you got a bakery that you're feeding hundreds and hundreds of people. And gloves do not work when you're mixing things. I tried. Sourdough is sticky. The gloves will stick to the sourdough. Yeah. It's better to use your hands. I have you can use a bowl with water to wet your hands when you're doing it, but I have a spray bottle. I use that, and I actually fill it up with the spring water. I did experiment with my tap water, and yes, my tap water does not work well with my starter. So I will not use the tap water. When you get your starter established and well established, you can take your discards from it and experiment with it. That's what I did. I don't have a ton of discard either. Let's go get it. And I can actually... Here's Gertrude's sister. That's my discard jar. I don't save my discard anymore. She's been sitting in my fridge for a while. You can see that gray like liquid on it. It's what they call the hooch. I watched a video, a guy actually drank that before. I don't recommend it. I was listening to Health Podcast last night. They said sourdough has good bacteria properties. Yes, very good. It is very good. It does help your digestion. In fact, my husband's diabetic, and it's a better bread for diabetics because it does not do anything to the glycemic index. I think that's what it's called. I'm not a doctor on it, but the things that I've heard about it. I am on Zepbound for weight loss, which causes severe constipation because it slows down your digestive system. If I eat sourdough, like a sourdough in the morning, it will help me with going to the bathroom. I know that's a TMI thing, but it's got benefits to it. It is a better bread choice. Is bread a good choice? No, it's a carbohydrate. But out of the breads, it is a better bread choice. I'm gonna put my starter back in the fridge. Oh, and when I put it in the fridge, I don't screw this lid on real tight. I've done that, and then when I've gone to open it, it explodes. The lid will literally pop off like a gun. I won't do that. I did that the one day and my husband come running in because it sounded like a gun going off. So now it's pretty much a sitting process waiting on these. Now this one I will feed tomorrow at that same time. And I'm not going to discard. You don't discard on your first round. You're trying to establish your starter. You're wanting it to collect the bacteria out of the environment. Do not screw the lid on, set the lid on. You want the lid loose. If you don't have a jar with a lid, you can use paper towel, but I have found putting paper towel over the top of my thing. Paper towel is absorbent. What does paper towel do? It will suck up water. You do not want the moisture sucked out of your starter. My suggestion, dampen the paper towel and then put it over the top of your starter. I would not put a dry paper towel over it. I've seen people do that. It will put a dry layer on top of your starter, so I don't do that. But this only costed me $1.25 at Dollar Tree, this jar. And I bought 2 of them. I got 2 of them. So I have one that when she gets too bad, I got a clean one to dump her into. I did have the fancy jar. I bought the fancy jar. It is not a necessity. In fact, the fancy jars are thin and break real easy. I think I remember my mom using an old-fashioned tea cloth on top. Yep, you can do that too. Or even a cheesecloth. I wonder if it could be made without gluten or wheat. I think it could. You would have to what I would do is go in the Google search engine and see if you can do it that way. I haven't tried it, so I can't say for sure. But it would be a good idea to look it up on the Google search engine to see if you can make it that way. I'm sure you could. I'm sure there is a will, there is a way. I do know that this is also a better bread with for people who have digestion issues, though. I like it. My husband, does he? No. I've had hard times getting him to eat this. But I did make a recipe the other day. No, there is no egg in this at all whatsoever. It is your basic ingredient in the jar, just flour and water. When you mix your dough, it is flour, water, and salt. That's it. Unless you're making recipes that call for an egg, you don't need an egg in it. Okay, we had a message held for review. Will you? Okay, I'm not going to read that. If you're not going to be in here and you're not going to be friendly, we are going to void you out. So this is your one chance to change what you're doing. Thank you and welcome in, but please be nice. And your comment was held, and I'm not gonna release it. Let's see if we can do this. I added you, nieces. And then I moved my paper towel in the way. I like this the stand I got. It's got outlets on it too. This thing's really nice. I don't have I'm gonna make people mods, but I don't want a lot of mods. Because it gets overwhelming when you have a lot of mods. I noticed. Will you do what? I'm not understanding your question. Hi, Dean. Well, will you do it? Do what? Free, you're on your way out. I'm not sure what you're wanting. This is a sourdough live. If you don't have a question pertaining to sourdough, please go on your way. So this is the starting of a sourdough starter. This is Gertrude, my actual sourdough. Now, she will probably come up to about here by time we use her. So I'm going to like check on her every so often. I got her on a warming mat to try to keep her around 80 degrees. Because she likes that type of environment. Now, I already fed her, and I fed my starter, I feed real thick. She likes that. She gets really bubbly and active. I gotta be careful. I got the camera facing away from the hall. My son is in the other room. He's sleeping. He probably wake up about 9, 10 o'clock, and he'll come wandering down, and he doesn't have jammies. I know him. You don't need fancy tools. We'll go along through that when I get to that point. I use standard rubber spatulas to mix my stuff because that's what I like. I like the standard rubber spatula. You can buy the fancies, like the wooden spurtles. I got this with a kit. I like this, but to be honest with you, it does not scrape the jar as well as my handy dandy rubber spatula. And there has been times I've used other things when my spatula was not clean. Move my chair over a little bit. Yeah, I'm sitting on a chair because it will be a long day today. I am going to do you guys want me to do a sweet loaf and a savory loaf? Because I'm going to do a double batch of sourdough. I know I'm going to do a jalapeno cheddar one for sure, which will be savory. Hi, Roy. Welcome in. Yep, them rubber spatulas are amazing. The only thing I don't like about rubber spatulas is if you don't clean them, take that thing off and clean them, it can get nasty inside. My dog's got something. Give me one moment. All right. Gotta love the puppy. Welcome back, Luke. I do not. I want to get one of those wooden spurtles because I think they're nifty. Do you need it? No. So my thoughts are, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it with what I got. It is not necessary to have all that stuff. I have not figured out that thermometer thing on my bread mat. I'm squinting to read because you guys are far away from me. Hey! I see the waves. Hi, Big Three. How are you? Welcome in. I got the camera facing this way just in case the hubby or the child come walking down the hall. We don't want indecent exposure, you know. This is real life. Oh, Big Three, your name is DJ? Because I'll start calling you that instead of your name on here. Oh no, Fran hit 1K live. Awesome! I'm glad for her. She's worked hard to get there. Awesome. I'm happy with my 229 subscribers I have at this moment. I think I would be overwhelmed with the 1K subscribers. I don't know if I'd be able to keep up with the traction in the comments because I would definitely need readers. Oh, you guys need the kitchen tour of my kitchen island. Don't mind my little chair. And yes, my counter's cluttered right now because I got stuff out for the sourdough. All right. Let's flip you around. This is the kitchen island that I've been working on. You'll see the puppers down here. And my tiny kitchen area countertop that I've been working with. But right now, behind the scenes, I'm still organizing, so I'm not going to show that part of my kitchen yet. I don't know if I like this phone stand that well yet. I don't like how it can, oh, I'm crooked. I don't like how it can pinch your fingers. I need a better one. I think I want one that can clamp to my island. I think that's what I want to get. It's kind of a gloomy outside. I don't know. It looks gray right now. I don't think we're expecting any rain here today. We got enough of that the last couple days. And it was like, it reached 80 something, and I'm along the lake shore. So it was hotter inland. Is that how you say it? Inland? Further out? It was way hot. And these storms were real wicked, real wicked. I don't think I've seen rain go sideways, but on TV and hurricane. And we got hail, but the hail we got was more like pea size. But out about 45 minutes from us, they had baseball size. And actual tornado touched down around Lamar. I can never pronounce it. Lamara, which is like 45 minutes from here. Our zoo here in town had a lot of trees uprooted. So right now the zoo is closed down. There was a lot of damage there. I might, when I go out dashing next time, I'll do a live, and I'll see if I can go by there and see if I could show some of the damage. But I got scared because I was like, I have no shelter for my van. My van is out on the street. I park it on the street and moves from one side to the other every other day. Or not every other day, every day. I switch it from one side to the other. And I was like, oh my God, we're getting baseball sized hail. My van's out on that road, exposed. I tried to find a big tall tree that I could park next to. But then I was thinking, well, that could be a bad idea too. So my husband's like, you got full coverage insurance, just park it. He says, if the hail does it, they'll give you a rent-a-car and you will get your car fixed. So I just parked it wherever. And then the next day we had another set of storms come through, but it wasn't as wicked. But it's the cold front. Like it'll be really hot, and then this cold front comes through, and it just fires up everything. And I was out dashing, and I had to stop dashing that day of the storm because I got a double migraine because of the atmospheric changes. I was like, I can't do it. I don't feel right. My head's hurting. I have to stop. So a lot of sourdough, and people think it's complicated. If I would have fed my starter last night, I would have been starting to make bread this morning. But I wanted to show you guys how I feed my starter. So I'm hoping this mat will get my starter to where I need to get it to make bread in like a few hours. So, but I don't want it too hot either. You don't want it real hot. It's kind of warm to the touch. So let's just leave the thermometer out. Sometimes I swear, if you have the thermometer in there, this mat gets extremely hot. But it's not like I can't put my hand on it, but I feel like that's a little warm. Like, I don't know. I'm still figuring out this whole thermometer thing on my bread mat. I should have got the one where it didn't have it. And I can show you guys what that looks like too. So I was having problems with my starter, or my bread. And I watched a lady on live use one of these. And I was like, I asked my husband, I said, I know it's not cheap, but I think it was like $30. I didn't have like a heating pad that I could use that I had here at home. So I asked him if I could invest in it. So I got it. It was a game changer because I put my bowl on it, and in the process of doing all my stuff, there's a point where you have to do a bulk ferment. And that's basically waiting for your sourdough to like totally bulk in the bowl, that you see where people are showing it's all jiggly and mounded, and I don't have to do that with this bread mat. As soon as I'm done with my stretch and folds, I wait maybe 2 hours, and then I'm already shaping my dough. There is also methods called the aliquot method, which may be an easier method for people who are just starting. It is where you take the temperature of your dough after you mix it, and you put your dough in a portion cup. I'm not organized at all. And I did try that. That does work too. You take the temperature of your dough, and there's an amount of dough you do for the temperature of your dough, and you put it in this cup, and then you just put the lid on, and you set it in with your dough, and once it touches the top of the cup and is completely touched the top of the cup, then your dough has done its bulk ferment and you can shape it. That is called the aliquot method, and that I did try that. I did like how that worked. But when I found this method where you don't have to do the bulk ferment, it works for me. So that's the way I do it. There's a lot of methods, and you'll see them throughout on other people's lives and on TikToks. They do not show you the full process. So you really got to do your research, because there was steps that I didn't know I had to do and I missed out on them. And everybody's environment's different. That is a true. The temperature of your room is going to play off on how your bulk ferment goes. And hence, that's why I use the proofing mat. I'm trying to think. The humidity levels are going to play off on how your dough does it. So like your recipe, you may have to tweak your water in your recipe or your flour in your recipe, because I know with the humidity, you're going to want to cut back your water, because you're going to be having the moisture in the air, and it's going to make your dough not right. It'll come out dense and heavy, and you don't want that. Now, my recipe I do is 325 grams of water, and I play around with this, how much starter. You can go anywhere from 100 to 150 grams of starter, active starter. And then I do 500 grams of, in mine, I use the all-purpose King Arthur unbleached flour. A lot of people will use the bread flour, but I use, when I'm baking, the all-purpose. Do you ever use a bread machine? I had a bread machine. I have not used it for sourdough. Because with the sourdough, you don't need to knead. Unless you're doing the pretzels or bagels, you really don't need the dough. It's gentle stretch and fold, so you don't need a machine to do it. And to be honest, the machine I got from a friend, and the machine wobbled on my countertop, and I didn't feel safe with it. So, I mean, I've used it. I do like the bread machine, but I would prefer to do it myself in the oven and mix it by hand. And in fact, I made pretzel bites the other day, and those were phenomenal. They're more like, to me, they were more like bagel bites. I'll pull them out. I got them in my freezer. So I got them in a baggie. I made them up and I baked them, and then I let them completely cool, and then I threw them in a Ziploc bag. So now I could take out how many I want. I put them in the microwave for like 30 seconds, and then I'll flip them, and then I put like cream cheese on my plate, and then after I flip them, and then I'll put them in for another 30 seconds, and they're really good. They're really good. Just like you buy them at the store. But to me, they taste more like bagel bites, not pretzel. Okay, stay there. I think if you want a true pretzel flavor, I think you need to do the, I think because I boiled them in baking soda water. I think you have to use, I think it's called lye. I think it's called. I think that's what it's called. Traditional pretzels are done with, I think it is lye in the water. But they're still just as good with the baking soda. I like them. My husband was actually eating them. Hey Hulk. Good morning. Welcome in. We're sitting and just talking because right now we got to wait for Starter to do anything. And right now she's I just fed her just a little bit ago, so she's not even, well, she's starting to dome. So she'll be on the go here soon. And this here is the starting of a starter. So this ain't got nothing to it yet. So tomorrow at 7:35, instead of doing a live on it, I'm just going to do a video. I think that'll be easier instead of just turning on a live to show how to refeed it for the second day. And I just marked my jar with a dry erase marker. Fair warning, I have animals. If they do hop up on my counter, I will push them down. This is my kitchen, my food, my hair. Everything's better with dog hair in it. That's my post. My cat is a sassy cat, and when he wants to come up here, he forces his way up. So I can push him down and he'll come right back up. But I do wipe down my surfaces all the time. How have you done? Doing okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm hanging in there too. My arm's not hurting as bad. I'm getting swelling in here. But I'm doing good too. Every day is a new day. Yeah, you hear him? That's my Noah, and he is a Bengal cat. Sassy little boy. Right now the dogs are playing with him, so he's getting mad at them like, "Hey, I've had enough." Sometimes I think he thinks he's a dog, and sometimes I think my dogs think they're a cat. I'm glad it's healing too. I have irritation on the scar line. I'm not gonna lie. Like at night, I'll find myself holding my arm like this. I think it's gonna be irritated for a while, cause like you could see that the scar line is kind of still dark. I think it's still kind of healing. Like when I bend it, it feels tight still. But it's getting there. My other arm didn't feel like that at all. But I think because it's on the inner part of my arm and it rubs on things a lot, I think it gets irritated. Sorry, I'm gonna grab. I got a hair hanging down by me or something, and I keep itching at it. I'm washing my hands. sanitizer. I gotta color my hair too. I just don't have time to do it. I need my husband to help me too, so I stay in the lines. Otherwise, it'll be all over my face. And red is not an easy color to get off your skin. So I'm finally under 200 pounds. I started my journey at 260, and I'm finally under 200 pounds. I'm excited. I'm happy. I get depressed though, because with weight loss comes the your body doesn't look the same with the excess skin. And I'm not happy in my body at the moment because of that. But the excess skin will not be there forever, and I gotta keep that in my mindset. My health has gotten so good. We were scared, my husband was. I couldn't walk 5 feet without having breathing problems, and I'd have to sit. I couldn't stand to wash dishes. My back would hurt. And I'd have to sit every 2 minutes. Anywhere we went, we had to have a wheelchair because I couldn't walk far. I don't need the wheelchair anymore. I can walk a grocery store. I'm not going back to that. I can't. I almost became homebound and couldn't go anywhere. DoorDash and Zepbound saved my life. I don't have to pay to go to a gym. DoorDash pays me to work out. So it's a win-win for me. Let's try that. I'm not really liking what that is. I don't want to cook it, you know. You can see this dough is starting to flatten out in the jar. So my line was about accurate. And then with it being a loose lid like that, then the bacteria and whatnot from the air will get in it. This thing will also, like around day 4 or 5, start to stink real bad. Smell like sulfur, like eggs. That stuff's all normal. It'll smell like beer. It'll smell all kinds of different things. That's just the process of the good bacteria taking over the bad bacteria. It's interesting. Like, I used to say Gertrude farted as I stirred her because it would literally smell like a fucking rotten fart. It was bad. That process is not the fun process to go through. Also, adding rye flour to your beginning starter will also speed up the process. But I never did that. I just used regular bread flour, the unbleached bread flour. She's already bubbling. I see bubbles. I'm gonna actually take her off the mat. This mat for some reason feels really hot today. I don't think I need it. We're just gonna keep her on the counter. my environment. I'm going to go check my thermostat, see where we're at. Oh, yeah. She's going to be fine. My environment's around 69. Heroes numbers. Yeah, my environment's around 69. Hi, Fran. Welcome in. You missed me starting a starter, which I did 50 grams of King Arthur bread flour and 50 grams of Ice Mountain spring water. Spring or filtered water is the best water to use on your starter to start it. Do not use tap water because there could be chlorine in it, unless you have well water that is not treated with softener. And then this will sit, and I marked my time on my jar, 7:35 a.m. So tomorrow morning around 7:35 a.m. And it's not rocket science. If you're gonna do it an hour early, do it an hour early. If you're gonna do it an hour late, do it an hour late. But you want to kind of maintain feeding it at that one point of the day every day. So mine's in the morning at around 7. So tomorrow I'm getting up at 5 a.m. My son's got to be to school, so I'll probably feed it just before I go out the door. And I'll do a little quick video on it instead of doing a live on it. And you're basically creating yeast from your environment. And then this is my established starter, which I fed her. And I can't tell you measurements on her because I feed her hearty. I don't measure when I feed her. I just pour water in, make it a milk, not a real, I make it liquidy. And then I put flour in until she is thick, real thick. I want to say like muffin batter thick. That's how I say it. Everybody says pancake batter, but everybody's pancake batter is different. Muffin batter thick. That's how thick I make her. And she's already starting to get bubbles in her. She's on the rise. I can see the dome in her. I will be able to start to make bread with her. It is 8:15. Probably about 11, 12 o'clock I'm going to be able to start to make bread with her. Yeah, muffin batter. Pretty thick. I'll take my spurtle out. I'm sitting on a chair. I'm being lazy. I'll take my spurtle out to show. I don't mind touching her. So when I pull her out, she should be like real thick. You know what I'm saying? Like thick. And you can see mine's elasticy. And you don't want to put starter down your drain. You'll hear that quite frequently. Starter, if you think about it, you use flour and water in school to make those paper mache, and it hardens like cement. So if you put this down your drain, I try not to put hardly any of it down my drain. I soak everything in water and I get as much as I can off of my my utensils and everything like that. I even wipe my bowls out and stuff real good. And then I soak it with really cold water. And before I even empty that water, I mix it around really good to make it look milky. Oops. And then I dump the water out. I try not to pour chunks of starter down my drain. In this custom, is this the custom? See, oh no, this isn't the custom one. This is just a random one I bought. It says, I never dreamed I'd grow up to be a super sexy sourdough baker. But here I am killing it. I got this one off of Amazon. My custom one won't be here until next week. And it's a bright pink, and it'll have the baking bread logo that Mad Dasher made me for my thumbnail. And then it will say on the bottom, subscribe at Dirty Stackn Deb. But when I get to 500 subs, I'm going to actually give one away. But it won't have, I don't think I'm going to put the subscribe at Dirty Stackn Deb on it. It'll just have my logo on it. Yep, it's cute apron, but you know what's wrong? I'm still in the process of losing weight. I got to add something to these in order to tie it behind me. I could staple it, but then that would, like, not be good. So the strings, the straps on it aren't long enough to tie around me yet. And then I tried looking up plus size aprons, but I can't find any. And I'm hoping when the new one comes, if it's not long enough, we're gonna go out to the fabric store and we're gonna buy strapping and sew it on. I came this far with weight loss. I'm surprised I can't fit anything yet. Okay, I'll have to try that. The shoelace. Will it reach close enough for a clothespin to hold it together for now? You know, probably, yeah. Yeah, I think a clothespin would do it. I gotta get clothespins though. I don't have any here. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read. I'm curvy, so I understand. Okay. Now that I'm 50, I've had to have bifocals. So I need readers really bad. And my phone's it's across the table from me. I'm waiting for my other phone to charge, because then I can go into the live and actually read the comments from that phone. Something you'd already have. I use them for... I have a chip clip. I don't have clothespins though. I believe I have a chip clip. My son didn't run off with it. I do not have a chip clip. I had a chip clip. No, I do not have a chip clip. My son probably ran off with it. You know, 9-year-olds find cooking equipment as fun toys. Yeah, it is. And it also depends on what your background is. Sometimes the conversations bleed in with your background. Very much so. Very much so. I've had the sun shining on my screen a few times too, and I've had to angle it certain ways. I wish that you could actually broaden. I think that's something that YouTube should check into, where you can actually make the comments a little bigger. Dashing is helping. I am more active. It is. I started dashing last June, and that's when like Mad Dasher was like taking off, and I was getting into his lives, and I was going out and doing my thing, and I've been on Zepbound for weight loss, but I think with DoorDash that gave me a lot of exercise that I needed along with the Zepbound, because today, and it's almost a year, I am down. I weighed, I think, 199. So I started at 266. So I'm 260. So I'm down 61 pounds. I finally got under 200, and they call it Wonderland. I'm in Wonderland now. My goal is 170, and then my primary doctor will talk to the plastic surgeon about skin removal. I am so happy. I was almost wheelchair bound, Fran. It wasn't funny. Like, we would go places and we'd have to take a wheelchair in order for me to go with my family anywhere. And I'm in tears because I let myself get so out of control. COVID hit, and I started getting a mild case of agoraphobia. I wouldn't leave the house. I wouldn't go to certain stores, and it was convenient to just order food and eat all this junk food. And then I would be just at home, sitting around the house, sleeping and eating and sleeping and eating. My husband's disabled, so I was a stay-at-home, take care of my husband and my son. My son was stuck home because the schools were closed. So I put on a big chunk of weight during that time. Yep, it's exactly how it was. And I did TikTok videos. So if you guys ever check out my I don't know if we're allowed to say that stuff on here, but I did a lot of TikTok videos, and going back and pulling, because that's the only pictures I have of myself. I would not take pictures of myself when I was heavy. Um, Going back to my old TikTok videos, I try to blend them in to show people my weight loss. Um, they're bad. Some of them are real bad. My face was so round and so puffy. My blood pressure would be 200 over 100 and something. Um, I'm stable on my blood pressure now. My blood pressure meds have gotten cut in half. In fact, we're even thinking about possibly where I can come off of them. And I've been on blood pressure meds since I've had my son. Um, I, I'm doing so much better. But I am forcing myself to leave the apartment. Like, the Vegas was a lot for me. Yep. I cannot go into Walmart. I can't go into certain stores. I had to do a delivery at the Walmart, and my husband's like, "Are you sure you want to do it?" I said, "I gotta do it. I have to get over it." Um, so I put a goal in my head when I went into the Walmart. I'm gonna find an associate. I'm gonna have the associate help me, so I'm not gonna have a problem. I'm gonna do this. My husband was like, "I'll do it for you," and I'm like, "Nope, I gotta do it. I gotta face this fear." I went in the Walmart. I found the person I had to deliver to, and then I hightailed it out of there as fast as I could. I didn't talk to nobody but the associate. Went in, went out. I just, I, our Walmart has been on social media for a lot of fighting and everything else. That's another reason why I don't like to go in there. But Oh, hey Corey. I didn't see you pop in. It went by so quick. I'm nervous about meeting new people. This is even make I'm nervous being on a live. Um, it's a little bit better than being in person though on a live. But I get anxiety really bad. I've been in stores where my husband's actually had to walk me out because I'll have a panic anxiety attack in the middle of the aisle because there's too many people in it. So a lot of my stuff, I do a Walmart pickup order, and if there's things that they couldn't fulfill, then I try Instacart, and if I can't get it on Instacart, then I'll go to the like Piggly Wiggly because I'm okay with going in a Piggly Wiggly. Yep. Even door dashing can get overwhelming if I have too many meat at the doors. Um, I have to come home and decompress. Um, and my husband knows it too. I literally will just sit on YouTube and I won't even focus on anything around me to try to decompress. Yep. It, I actually do my Walmart pickup, and the people that load the groceries, I give them a tip and I tell them, I said, if it wasn't for you and the shoppers here, I don't know what I would do. I said, because COVID has done something to me to where I can't go in these stores. It's called agoraphobia. And I said, you guys are my saviors. So I tip them, and I treat them really well for what they do, because if they didn't do what they do, I would be having a lot of issues. Now, when I had surgery, I had groceries delivered to my house, and I, my husband would kill me. I tipped the driver like $20 because I got water and everything, and I needed it brought up my stairs. And I know how it is when delivering, because I was delivering food and stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, I got a lot of heavy things. I gotta tip this driver real well because I want my stuff brought up the stairs because of my arm. I tipped him $20. My husband would have killed me for doing that. But I don't do $20 every time. It was just a situation. I like the leave it doors. When I see the ones that are hand to me, I'm like, oh no, oh no. And even with those ones, I message them I'm here. So this way they're at the door right away, so I can hand them their stuff, like the Walmart greeter, what's his name? The puppet from Jeff Dunham. Get your shit and get out. So that's how I feel when I'm doing the hand to me's. I'm like, I'm gonna message them I'm here. So hopefully they're to the door when I get there, and I can just give them their stuff, say have a nice day, and walk away. Me too. And I also like the contactless ones, because when I asked Man Dasher, do you call these people, because it says to call, but I noticed last time I dashed, I think they changed it. They took out the call portion. So now it just has take a photo and where you left it. So I think they fixed it they're fixing it or they're messing with it because it didn't have make a call. But Mad Dasher was the one that told me don't call them. Just act like just click on it, back out, and go and do what you got to do. Because contactless means they don't want you to contact them. So why the heck are you calling them? I drink a lot of iced tea. That's my iced tea cup. I could put tea in there straight from the fridge and it'll stay cold all day. It's all good. I'm keeping an eye on the starter. I'm trying to see if you guys could see it. You can kind of see how she's like domed in the jar now. So now she's on the rise. She's going to actually start rising up above the jar. And you can see little bubbles in the bottom underneath the black thing around it. So she's starting to produce her gases. And I'm just kind of keeping her wrapped in a towel and just trying to keep her warm as I can. They grow. She grows fast sometimes. And I think it's because I'm standing over her, but because usually if I'm off doing something, I'll come back and look at her and I'm like, holy crap. And this one, she's just flattening out in the bottom of the jar. She's just flour and water right now. She's just doing her thing. She just got to hang out. And then I got to name it because this is not Gertrude. This is not a spawn of Gertrude. So we all on this live will have to come up with a name for our starter here. I was kind of hesitant about doing it though because I was like, I don't make a lot of breads to have 2 starters. So I thought if I start this one and get it going, there's a friend of mine and she's like, well, I don't have time for all this and stuff. I thought maybe I can give her the starter. I had a DD customer that asked for a picture aside from the regular DD picture. Immediately after drop off, they messaged me that fries weren't in the McDonald's bag. Some customers, you just know, issues. Lots of laughs. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I love the ones that say hand to me, leave at the door. You know what I do? I take a picture, send it to them in the message, and then I say delivered, and then I hit that or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I take a picture and I send it to them in the message part because a lot of the times I'm doing EBT and those ones really, really irritate me. And I've had them give me bad remarks. So I do everything I can. And if they're messaging you, telling you the fries are missing out of the bag, say, I'm sorry about that, but that is not on my end. If you contact DoorDash, they can refund you for the item. Because as long as that bag is sealed, you should be good. And if they're not sealing the bag, you have every right to go up to the people and say, hey, can you please seal the bag before you leave the restaurant? Because, like, I had one that handed me a cup, and I says, you know what? I'm not filling that cup. I said, you're going to fill that cup. And I said, and you're going to put a sticker on that cup because you don't deal with the public. I do. And we want stickers on everything. And the guy looked at me, no. I was going to fill it. I was just letting you know. And I'm like, well, good, because I'm not. And then there was a guy standing next to me and he kind of smirked about it. And I said, no, I'm not doing it. And like I had one where I went to a Taco Bell and I had to pick it up in the drive-thru. And the lady ordered a Baja Blast soda. And you know how people are about their Baja Blast sodas. Well, she hands me a Mountain Dew. And I said, ma'am, I said, she ordered a Baja Blast. Well, we don't have it. And I said, well, I have the right to contact the customer to ask what soda they would want instead of the Baja Blast. And she slammed the door on me. And I contacted the customer immediately and I told her, I said, I'm sorry. They didn't have your Baja Blast and their doors are locked. And the lady slammed the door on me and was really rude and would not give me the chance to call you to ask if you wanted a different soda. She actually gave me an added on tip for that. I thought that was really nice. I told her, I said I did everything in my power. I said that Taco Bell was very rude. It was very rude. I'm like, how can you just assume that they're gonna want Mountain Dew? Because I don't like plain Mountain Dew. And I'm sorry, there's other options, and that should have been her choice, not the cashier's choice. I could see if the customer wasn't answering or anything like that, but the customer would have answered the phone, I'm sure, or they would have answered a text message. She was just rude. And I told my husband somebody needs to do something because that's not the only time that Taco Bell here has done that. I'm putting hand sanitizer on. I've been rubbing my nose today. I didn't either. Nieces just goes down to the bottom, select that, and nothing will pop up. You select the bag and yep, yeah, you can select bag is sealed. I never check them if the bags are sealed because I can't verify an item if the bag is sealed. Now, did you guys get an email about DoorDash doing a new heat surge? That they were going to change their heat surge? Princess, I'm doing sourdough. You can't come up here, honey. I guess. I'll wash my hands. I'll wash my hands. Come on. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Princess wanted to come up and say hi. She sits at the bottom of my chair and she'll whine until you pick her up. Oh, I don't want kisses. No kisses. No kisses. Yeah, I just got it a few days ago. It was, when was the last time I dashed? I didn't dash Friday. I didn't dash. Did I dash on Thursday? Yes, I did dash on Thursday. So I got it on Thursday. Nisi says hi. Nisi says hi. She wants attention today. She's getting so old, she wants to be up by somebody all the time now. She wants to be held and loved. Yeah, maybe it's just something they're testing in my market. Because I know Uber in my market is going to start doing their, they said they're going to transition June 3rd to where they noticed that I only do the Uber Eats deliveries. So they're going to start scoring me on the Uber Eats instead of doing the Uber rides. So now they're going to have like the Diamond Platinum and them statuses for just the Uber Eats on it. But it's like my husband said, Uber's just, and that I would get compensated for the levels that I was at. I would get better offers at the levels I was at. And my husband says, we don't we do DoorDash. We use Uber as the supplement. So we'll just use the Uber as a fill-in either way. We'll just keep it that way and see what happens. Because I'm not going to be sitting here trying to get platinum and stay at that level. Because I don't think they're going to penalize me to where I can't do Uber right now like DoorDash does. I don't like that because I can't get on the schedule in my market. We're too oversaturated here that I tried that when I fell below. I couldn't get on the schedule. I'm not, no, I gotta have the platinum. I have to be able to dash when I can dash because I got a kid and everything else. I can only dash during certain times. So I have to maintain my platinum, and that's what I do. That's why I do EBT for breakfast, and every bit of my AR I accumulate during then I have for declines at my lunch hour. You're really liking that today, huh? Yes, you are. You gonna be my sourdough partner here? You gonna slap some dough? Hmm? And everybody thinks sourdough is complicated, but a majority of it's waiting for your sourdough to get where it's gotta be. If I would have fed this last night, we would have been making bread already. But I wanted to feed it on a live for you guys. So instead, we're making bread later in the afternoon. And we can't bake it until tomorrow anyway. It's got a cold proof for at least 8 to 12 hours in your fridge. So after I shape it, I won't be able to bake the bread until tomorrow at some point. And then if I was making sandwich bread, I could bake it tonight. Sandwich bread, it's got to rise on your counter. So that process goes pretty quick, and you're baking your bread that at night. What's this? That's a cooker. That's a cooker. Mine lets me schedule 6 days on advance. Well, see, even mine does that too, but like I can't get on there. Every time I would do it and I would set my alarm, it wouldn't give me hours, and the hours that I could get on were hours I couldn't work because I can't see after dark, and all the hours that were good were getting taken. It was like I was not fast enough, and I even set an alarm. I don't know what was going on with it, or if it was a glitch on their scheduling end, but I don't play around with it no more. I keep the platinum so I can get out there when I got to. Like right now, my only thing that's gonna sink my platinum is my rolling deliveries, and those are easier to get up than your AR. Yeah, the town I'm in Racine, and I'll tell you right now, I'm like close to Illinois border, and I went down to Illinois to try to attempt to try to dash and see what it was like, and Uber Eats down there. Nobody tips in Illinois, especially Waukegan area. No, nobody tips. That's why they have that what do they got? Earn by time on Uber there. I came back and I noticed there is a lot of Illinois plates doing DoorDash here. So it wouldn't surpass me that they're coming up this way to hit the markets to try to make money. So I think that's where our oversaturation is coming from. You got not only the people that live here, and you got people coming from out of state coming here to do it. So, but it is what it is. I'm happy because I only do it as fill in. I have W-2 money that comes in because I do in-home health care, taking care of my husband. So I got that W-2 money that comes in. So any of my DoorDash is for fund money, grocery money, extra money. So I'm happy with the little bit of hours I get. Yeah, she cuddles. She's very, very old. I wish I knew an exact age on her. I'm gonna be sad when she passes away. I'm just hope we have like a good another 4 or 5 years with her. And according to her lab work, the doctor said that she's really good, so that she had no concerns at this time with her. It's just sad that the previous people we got her from, whatever happened to her, I'm saddened that she went through that. Me and my husband are trying to give her the best life she can have now. She goes to the groomers every 2 months. She gets what she wants, snacks. We hold her, we play with her, we pay attention to her. She goes everywhere with us on car rides. Even I call Lincoln all kinds of names. He's my Hiroshima today. He's a terror. But I love him to death. He's such a good puppy. He may chew my walls. He may chew on things he shouldn't, but he's a good dog. He's learning a lot. He's learning to sit. He learns to lay down. He learns to go up and tap my hand for a treat. He's a very smart dog. Just does very puppyish things. Oh, my neighbors are getting kind of loud, so if you guys hear that, I apologize. They're teenagers. Hi, Meg. How are you? Yep, Meg. This is my puppy princess. We're doing sourdough today. If you want me to recap where we're at, we started a starter with 50 grams flour, 50 grams water, mixed her up in the jar, marked the time we started her, and then tomorrow I will feed her, but I'm going to do a video on how I fed her instead of doing a live because that would just, a live just to show you. And this is Gertrude. This is the one we're going to make bread with today. If you guys want to see, she's already rose above the band. So she is growing. She is very domed. And I can actually, it's my dog hair. I'll be eating it. She's domed. She's not going to slide around in there right now because she's pretty thick. And I got her over here with a towel on her, keeping her kind of somewhat warm. So we can, when she gets to peak, we can start making bread. I'm going to make, I think one I'm going to do is the jalapeno cheddar because everybody's seen that one in my videos or my shorts. I'd rather say videos. Shorts just sounds wrong. And then I think I'm going to do a sweet loaf. I haven't decided. I can either do chocolate, is it double chocolate espresso with strawberry, or I could do just a regular strawberry and chocolate chip. I wanted to do the banana cream one, but I couldn't get the dehydrated bananas, and I don't have any regular bananas because they kind of got ripe quick, so I made banana muffins with them. So I could do a coconut cream with the pudding mix, but I haven't quite perfected that pudding mix one, and it didn't rise to the way I wanted to. So, but maybe we can perfect it on a live today. I really like the jalapeno cheddar. It's not spicy the way that I do it. I don't use the seeds. I clean out the seeds and I take out the white membrane, and then I chop it into small pieces, and then I shred my cheddar cheese. I don't cube it in there. Cubing it, I found, makes your bread a little oily, but with the shredded, it kind of goes throughout the dough and it's really nice. And it's good when you warm it a slice in the microwave and then you put cream cheese on it. It's kind of like a jalapeno popper bread. And I like it. It's not spicy at all. I wouldn't eat it if it was spicy. I'm too old for spice. That stuff, no, I'd have heartburn for days. It's almost kind of like how a cooked green pepper would be, but it's a jalapeno flavor. She is just a snuggle bunny today. She's got her, I call it her beak. It's her nose right into my armpit, trying to keep her nose warm. But if I didn't pick her up, she'd be crying. And I don't like her crying. So how's everybody's day going? Mine so far is patiently waiting for the sourdough to do its thing in the jar. So it's kind of hard when you're doing a sourdough live because you got to really wait and wait and wait for the stuff. In a little bit, I'm gonna wash my hands and stuff and put her down, and I can chop up the jalapenos and shred the cheddar. And I do mild cheddar in my jalapeno loaf. You can do any kind of cheese you want, really. If you like the sharp cheddar, you can do that. I've done Colby Jack cheese with it too because I didn't have the mild cheddar. But I buy bricks of cheese and I put them in my freezer. Um, I shred my own cheese because that cheese melts better than the bag cheese because it's got that it's got like a starchy powder on it, so it doesn't really melt good. So if you shred your own, you're gonna find that it melts better. It tastes better too. So I got like the whole top row in my freezer is all different kinds of cheeses. I even freeze butter. I do a lot of stuff that I freeze. I used to have a stand-up freezer. I got it from my father. That was back in 2016. I think his freezer was already on the meltdown because it would cake with like ice and stuff, and you couldn't put stuff in on the shelves. So I gave it away. I gave it to another family member. I didn't like it. But we're in a second upstairs apartment, so I don't want to get a freezer up here. I think we're going to wait until we go for our house because we plan on going for our house in another year or two. £1,000 Sisters is on my TV right now. I don't know what to talk about. I ran out of conversation. You guys have any questions on sourdough? What you doing? Huh? What you doing? You know I gotta set you down, right? You know I gotta set you down. Oh, you just want to sleep, huh? Ooh-wee. Well, I can prep up veggies. That's what I can do. I can prep up the veggies for the jalapeno. Alright, I gotta put you down, honey. I gotta put you down. Okay. And then I gotta move my chair. I'm getting stiff too anyway. Alright. Let me wash my hands. And then I can do a little dishes here too. Pepper tail, pepper tail, pepper tail. No. We will do that. Cheese shredder. I need my little cup. I have barely any counter space. Got my chopper. Shredder. Jalapeno cheese. Cutting board. Towel. I have an icky old cutting board, and I scrubbed this. I've soaked it in bleach. This thing does not get all that stuff off of it. I don't know why. I'll be right back. I gotta grab gloves. Honey. Suggestion when handling jalapenos, wear gloves. Do not touch your eyes. Warning, I will be using sharp utensils to cut. I do baking of bread, and you add inclusions that you need a knife and requires a knife to cut. If you found another way to cut jalapenos without a knife, please let me know. Till then, I do my method. Wash your stuff. You do not know what has crawled or done its stuff on your things. Yes, I use fine china. So the day my husband and son help out with dishes, fine china will be used. I cut the top off. Cut in half. Open my can. I have a garbage can down here on my island, and I scrape out every bit of what is in it. I will show you one once I get out the stem and everything out of it. I have to use these jalapenos up too anyway because they're almost ready. Alright, so when I say I take out the inner part, the whole white issue on the inside is gone. And then I look for bad spots. And I get rid of that. And then I repeat the process on every single one of them. And I got a new chopper. I gotta take it out of the box. My chopper, for some reason, it's kind of wonky. I've had it for a while. I love it though. I stand by that chopper. My seeds look funny. I hope this isn't bad. I will be rinsing my cutting board off again. Alright, awesome. I'm just cutting jalapenos. I'm pre-prepping them up for when we can make the bread. Because I tend to add my inclusions when I'm doing my stretch and folds. So it's kind of, it's easier to have it all prepped up. This one got a hardy white vein in it. So pretty much I clean it out like a green pepper. When you're getting a green pepper ready for your veggie tray, you don't want that white vein in it. move these on a paper towel here. So I gotta get the seeds off my board. You guys are gonna see how rough it is with my. This is my old chopper. I gotta open up my new one and wash it. I use the heck out of it, but there's a prong on it that's kind of wonky, so it doesn't always want to go through. I use the smaller grade. Let's see. Let me show you what I'm talking about. You'll see it kind of up there in the corner. It's kind of cracked. So like with the smaller grate, like my bigger grate, this one, it'll go through fine. But my finer grade one doesn't. But I got the similar chopper, so I can actually take these parts and use them on the other chopper too. And you just slam them through. Makes it so much simpler than chopping by hand. It's kind of loud, but such a lifesaver. It makes your life easier. I've made salsa with this, or what do you call it? Pico de gallo. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna make for supper. See, this is where I say sometimes it gets wonky. And there, she's done. These blades can get sharp. You gotta be careful. I will do my dishes here in a little bit. Alright. I love my cheese grater. I also got a new one of those. I use this thing, and it was sitting on my counter drying, and my dog got a hold of it and chewed the handle, so I got a new one. I just got, like I said, gotta take it out of the package and wash it. I'm putting my cheese right in with the jalapenos, because they're going together in the bread. I won't cut on my, I just cut my brick in half. I won't cut on this material. I'll cut on my countertop, but not on this material. This here is a mild cheddar. And it is your preference on what kind of cheddar you like. And I just spin it. And everybody says, oh, my cheese gets stuck. If you go the opposite direction, it will fall right out. And then I have this thing. So I'm going the opposite direction. As you can see, it all falls out. And then, oh, she came unsuctioned. This material Doesn't like the suction real well. Alright, learning lesson. Where there's a will, there's a way. When it's to the end, just keep doing your thing. Get all the cheese out. And if you clean it right away, it doesn't get... it's easy to clean. If you're not going to get to it right away, I suggest soaking it in warm water until you can get to it, because the cheese will harden on it and make it really hard to clean. I do not wash the base of it unless it's touched food, taking gloves off. Cleaning my surface. I think we're going to do the double chocolate espresso for the sweet loaf. I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go get my strawberries and stuff like that. All right, so in my double chocolate espresso, I use these Great Value freeze-dried strawberries. I get a box that has 6 in it, and I use 2 packages. And then I don't like dark chocolate, and it's a preference on anybody's taste buds. You can use whatever kind of chocolate chip you want. I use milk chocolate. Hey, Corey. Hi, Spice. You're working your W-2? I do my W-2 the whole entire time I'm at home with my husband, but he's sleeping, so I'm free riding today. And then I have these Ghirardelli milk chocolate chips. I'm going to use them up too in it. And then I need cocoa powder. Limited counter space. Cocoa powder. You'll need cocoa powder for it. Brown sugar. Brown sugar. And vanilla. That's for the sweet loaf. This is the jalapeno and cheddar for the jalapeno cheddar loaf we're going to make. We're going to do 2 loaves of bread. And then this is the starting of a starter that I did. So this is 50 grams of King Arthur bread flour and 50 grams of spring water. And I recommend spring or filtered water. Now, we did this morning at 7:35. I marked the time on the jar. And I will do a video tomorrow on when I feed it instead of doing a live, because it only takes a little bit to do the feeding. So I'll do a little video on me feeding it. We will not be discarding tomorrow. Tomorrow is not a discard day when you're starting your starter. On day 2, you don't discard, you just feed. And you leave the lid on it loose on your counter. Or if it's a very cold environment, you can put it in your oven with the oven light on only. Do not turn your oven on. And the light bulb in the oven will generate enough heat in there to keep it at a temperature that's safe for your sourdough. Just don't forget about it in there and turn your oven on, because then you'll kill your sourdough. And I am going to set this over on my stove for now. And this... And we have to come up with a name for that starter. Because, like, this one is my Gertrude. And as you can see, we fed her this morning. She was at where the top of the black line was, and she's already rising. We fed her at the same time as the other one, so at 7:35. She should be at peak rise about 4 to 6 hours after I fed her. Right now, if you look at her on the inside, she's kind of domey looking. When she's peak, it'll kind of be wavy and kind of bubbly on the top. And I'm kind of keeping her wrapped with the towel and trying to keep her warm so the process goes quick. And I'm going to take this apron off, guys. It's getting caught on everything, and I can't really tie it right now. When the new one comes, I'll be able to tie that one. And that will be my signature apron. How are you, Spice? I feed her... I feed her this. I feed her King Arthur bread flour. If you can't find it, you can use any type of bread flour as long as it's unbleached and you want it to have a high protein count. But you can find King Arthur. I think you can even go online and order it. This is the brand I use. I was using Great Value bread flour unbleached. It's in a purple bag, I believe. But my starter was not getting active with it. So I switched to this, and I noticed she's just flourishing with it. And then when I bake, like I'm going to bake with these ones, I use the All-Purpose by King Arthur. I found I like using All-Purpose to bake with. But pretty much so it's a waiting game. So everybody thinks sourdough is complicated. I think they just make it complicated. It's just a waiting game. And you do it on your term. Don't let sourdough rule you. I mess with my sourdough. I play with it all the time. I try different things with it just to see what it'll do. I'm putting a chair over here again. I'm gonna get my starter out of the fridge that I got a backup starter. This is my discard jar. I don't maintain a lot of discard because I only make enough to what I need to use. And she's been in my fridge for a while. I have not fed her. If you look at her, you'll see like gray liquid in there. And that gray liquid is hooch. I say it funny. It's hooch. Hooch. It's a protective layer. It just basically tells you the starter's very, very hungry. But if Gertrude were to ever grow mold or decide to die on me, I can just pull 3 grams of this out and mix it with flour and water, and I'll have a new Gertrude. I keep it in the fridge, not 100% tight on the lid. I keep the lid loose. If you tighten the lid, the gases and stuff in it will make it like a gun. And when you go to take the top off, it will pop. I do not rinse any of my sourdough starter down the drain. I'm going to do dishes in a second too because that's going to bother me. Because flour and water, when it hardens, becomes cement. If you rinse that stuff down the drain, it will harden in your drain and cause a clog. And that will be one heck of an expensive bill. I wipe all my utensils down really good with a piece of paper towel, and the inside of my bowls also with a paper towel. And then I fill it up with like a cold soapy water mixture and let it sit, because then the flour will dissipate in the water before you go to rinse it down the drain. This is my other Miyoki cup, by the way. And then this is the other one I got. I don't recommend them, Spice, to be honest with you, because they got the metal straws. The thing about the metal straws are they're real dangerous. I was in the van one day and I went to go take my phone off the cradle, and I came down on my elbow on that metal straw. I had a metal ring, not a metal ring, but a round red ring on my elbow from the straw. Yeah, I wish I had a dishwasher. That would be awesome, but there is no room up here for a dishwasher. Even a portable one, it would be rough. And I'm still organizing. Like, that whole back of my kitchen is loaded with stuff that I gotta go through. I gotta do laundry yet. There's a laundry hamper over there waiting to go downstairs, which I'll probably run that down in a little bit. And then I got my cat food over there and dog food in like these bins. And then I have a litter robot in my kitchen, but there's no other place to put said litter robot. So she's off in the corner in my kitchen. I do keep it clean. But that's it is what it is. I live in an apartment. You have to do what you gotta do. Mine lost working. You sound like me. No. Counter. I don't. I have literally those 3 cabinets are the only cabinet. Well, no. I'll give you a little tour. I'll bring you into the wild zone. Okay. All right. So that cabinet down there, that's where all my pots and pans go, and they're just cluttered in there. Okay. And I have a few mixing bowls in there yet. Now, this is no organized mess by means, but that's my kind of pantry food, throw everything in it. Under sink for chemicals. I have a little Lazy Susan and these 3 cabinets. And then before I got the island, that's my counter space. And as you can see, very, very limited. So, yeah, and the island. There's the island. I'm not trying to show you guys my pile mess back here, though, till I get that organized. I hate these expanding phone holders. Gosh, golly. Tighten and bring you back into my view. Yeah. All right, now I'm back. And let's fix this. There we go. So yeah, I have literally no space until I got this thing. This thing's got a lot that I could put a lot of things in. And it's nice. Gives me the space I need. You want to see something cute too? I bought this cookie jar for my countertop. My son broke the lid on it. That's why it has a paper towel on it. I got this for my countertop. Little Debbie. But I got another one coming that will have a lid. And this one I'm going to take and I'm going to put my utensils in. I think that would be cute. I'm trying to keep a paper towel over it so the cookies don't dry out that are in it. Or get, you know how cookies get. Trying to keep them okay. And that goes in the center, and I have it on a doily. And then I have, it's got muffins in it. A candy dish that I keep on there under a doily. I got muffins in it right now. And then my paper towel holder that I got a doily under. And I bought, they're like these little round doilies. It's really cute. I'm eating stick. Are you on the island right now? Yes, I am on the island right now. And I had to buy this bowl. I love this bowl. I think it's cute. I'm not advertising for them. I just bought it because I liked it. I thought it was darling. And I don't buy special stuff for my sourdough. Well, I shouldn't say that. I didn't when I first started. Now I'm buying stuff as I go along that I like. My jars that I have my starter in, I got at the Dollar Tree for $1.25. You could buy those. Yeah, I bought this jar, and I bought the other jar for $1.25 at the Dollar Tree. You don't have to have expensive jars. Just a jar that's thick and sturdy is how I do it. In fact, when I first started, I was using mason jars, but they're really hard to clean. So that's why I went to the Dollar Tree and I looked and seen what they had. The mason jars work just as well. I bought one of the expensive, I bought a kit that had one of those expensive jars in it, and the glass was so thin that it shattered. It literally shattered into 1,000 pieces all over my kitchen floor. I do too. That's another reason why I like it. And the other is this tan part. It's not smooth like the white part is. So when you're washing it and your hands are soapy, you got a good grip on that bowl. I like that. Otherwise, let me pull out the one that I got originally that I use. I just bought a clear bowl like this. And that's what you should really start out with too, anyway. I got this at Walmart, $6. Just $6. But that's what you should use, and I'm probably going to use that over this one anyway because you guys will get to see it in live form on that one. So I'll put that one up. But I like that bowl though. I even used a plastic bowl before when I do the dough. Yeah, that's, I'm cheap. And I can't justify sometimes some of the things that I buy. Like, I got this bread warming mat, and I literally had to sit here and discuss with my husband before I went and got it. I'm like, this is an investment. I'm like, I'm gonna need this. It's cold. My dough ain't doing nothing. I need to keep it warm. And I didn't have like a heating pad which you could use too. So I was like, you know what? You could use it as a heating pad if you want to. I'm like, I'm making all these deals with my husband to purchase it. Because I couldn't justify spending like, I think I spent $40 on the heating mat. Do you use your island as an area to set to eat at? We do have chairs that go along where the camera is sitting, and we can use it that way. Um, my husband's eaten at it. My son is sat at it. They'll come in here and sit with me as I'm doing things. But we haven't really sat around it eating yet. It's in the middle of my kitchen. When I get that area cleaned up, I'll give a full tour. Right now it's all cluttered. I just didn't have time to do all that because I've been spring cleaning my carpets. I got to get that done before summer hits. Because if I wait until summer, the carpet could mold because of humidity. So I got to get the carpets clean before it gets too hot. So maybe because I plan on doing these lives on Sundays. I think next Sunday I should have it done by then. I'm gonna pray that I will because I spend usually Saturdays cleaning house. So yeah, I when you don't have space and you try to figure out where to put it, like I'm gonna hang some baskets on this wall. That will take some things out. I have a shelving thing over there behind the camera that I gotta get the drawers for down in the basement. I used it as a canning cabinet, but I think I can figure something else out with it. I gotta get the drawers for it from the basement because when we moved in here, a lot of things got put in different places. And they pulled the drawers out of it and all that stuff when they moved it, and it got put into a black bag that I gotta find. So when we moved in here too, I was 260 pounds and I struggled going up and down the stairs. So I now that I can do all that, I'm gonna go down there and go through stuff. Now I'm Energizer Bunny. Since I've lost the weight, I do so much stuff now. I mean, I have a TikTok page. If you go on my TikTok page and go back to my videos, you'll see the dramatic weight loss from those pictures. I don't have a lot of before pictures in my camera because I really didn't like taking pictures of myself. I had a freezer, I got rid of it. It was neighbors started something on fire. There's smoke detectors going off. We may have to exit. Our smoke detectors are intertwined. We pulled ours down and put up battery operated ones because Yeah, it would scream fire real loud a lot. My neighbors, I don't think, can cook. If it doesn't go off in a minute, I'll go out in the hallway. It went off. It's good. We're all good. They don't know how to. They don't know how to cook. I don't know if you heard that. I think I burnt. My son put a slice of pizza in my microwave last week, and he thought it cooked the same time as an encore dinner in the microwave, and he put it on for 8 minutes in the microwave. My house was completely filled with smoke from my microwave. I did not know that something in the microwave could do that. My microwave now, every time you operate it, smells like that smoke. I don't know how to get that smell out of my microwave. My husband says we may have to get a new microwave. It still works. It's just, it stinks like that smoke. My apartment looks like a house. It's a 3-bedroom upper. We have the whole upper floor. So our we have 3 bedrooms. My son has a room, and then me and my husband have a room, and then the spare room is a storage room. We got a lot of stuff in there that we stored from our old apartment. We're slowly going through that and getting rid of things that we don't want and that we don't need. Now you could tell his future with that story. For sure. Yeah, there's a lot of stories with my son. He couldn't say cookies, he'd say cookies. I want cookies. Hi, Sonny. And we got pictures of him trying to climb my cabinets to get cookies. I want cookies. Welcome in, Sonny. I already started a new starter on the live, and Gertrude is fed. We're just waiting for Gertrude to double in size, which she's growing. She's already about an inch above the band. Um, she's gonna have to go up to the about the rim of the jar before we can use her. And the new starter, we're going to have to come up with a name for her. I wasn't wanting to really start a starter on live because I don't need all that starter. That's a lot of starter for me to have. But I'm going to gift it out to a friend or a family member that wants to do it, that just didn't have the time to wait for it. And but we need to come up with a name and give it a name. And then I'm going to do videos of the process of feeding her every day instead of doing a live doing it every day. But I do want to do videos feeding it. So I'm going to do that every morning, a video of feeding it and what the next step is. And I got my jalapeno and cheddar already mixed up. And the second loaf, I think I decided I was going to do the double chocolate espresso with strawberries. Now it's just a waiting game. We're waiting for the starter to be ready to make the bread. If I would have fed it last night, we would be already making bread. But I wanted to feed it on live. So, and I feed my starter King Arthur bread flour. And when I feed it, I use spring water because you should use spring or filtered water. And I pour water in until it's a thin, like thinner than pancake batter. And then I add flour till it's thicker than a muffin batter to feed it. I don't measure mine. A lot of people say you should measure it, but I eyeball feed my starter, and that's the way that works for me. If you guys want to do measurements, they do it like feeds. A feed should be a 1-5-5 ratio, so 1 part starter to 5 parts water, 5 parts flour. But I don't do that. I feed my starter on the thicker side. It tends to like that better. Um, and you don't have to keep a lot of starter on hand. Um, Technically, when you do a starter, you can keep it in a small jar, and feed small ratios. Unless you're going to bake bread, then you want to feed it a larger ratio. And my Gertrude always stays on my countertop, but my discard jar that I have, I keep in the refrigerator. And my discard, I don't keep a lot because I only bake like once a week. Sounds interesting. I've never made sourdough bread. I've made friendship bread, which is similar. But I think friendship bread has more items in it than sourdough. I think friendship bread has sugar in the mixture, I believe. Um, just sourdough is just flour and water. And then when you get ready to bake, you add flour, water, your starter, and salt. And once you do that, the fermentation process starts with it, and that's where it starts to rise and do all its stuff. So it's simple ingredients in a sourdough. And I think with the friendship bread, it's done in a baggie, I believe. I don't think you do it in a container. And the friendship bread, I think, is more on a sweeter side too. And sourdough is a better choice bread for you. It's not. I'm not saying it's a good bread because all bread is a carb. It's not. It's a healthier choice of bread, especially for a diabetic. It's good on the diabetic glycemic rate for a diabetic. I don't remember whether I made it in a jar or a bag. And yes, it is sweet. Yep. Because I think it's like 1 cup sugar, 1 cup flour, 1 cup water, and you mix it in a bag. And I think every day you add to it and mix it. So it is similar. Now, I haven't made discard recipes yet. I think the only discard recipe I have made was my English muffins. I believe that was the discard recipe. I made pretzel bites the other day, which I did a short on, and those are really good. To me, they're more bagel because a traditional pretzel you boil with like I think I could be wrong. Lye. I think that's what it is. I could be wrong. Let me get my other phone. I've been charging my other phone. It should be charged now. But I boiled it in a baking soda water, and as soon as it floated, you take it out, you put it on a baking sheet, you bake it at 450 for like 12 minutes or until they're golden brown, and you pull them out. And then I let them completely cool, and I put them in a Ziploc bag, and I put them in my freezer, and I pull them out, and I microwave them for 30 seconds, flip them over, put cream cheese on my plate, microwave them for another 30 seconds, and I have bagel bites, as I call it, not pretzel bites, because they taste like little bagel bites. I can actually show them to you here. I got them in my freezer. Let's see. What do you traditionally boil pretzels in? Are traditionally boiled in water before baking, often in it is lye, Lye, lye. And that actually gives it more of that pretzel flavor. So I think that's why these taste more like bagels still to me, because bagels are boiled in baking soda and water. So I get a pretty good amount of these in one thing, and then I just take out what I want and I have them as a snack. And I keep them in my freezer, and as long as they're in my freezer, they're good. Now I didn't have any coarse salt when I made them, so maybe that would have might have changed it. So I kind of lightly sprayed them with a cooking spray before I put them in the oven, and then I sprinkled just sea salt on it. I put a little sea salt in my hand and just sprinkled a little bit over the top of them, which works for me. So yeah, I'm sitting on the side by my sink uh where my island, I have all the drawers that open up and stuff on that side. The other side, where you guys are, is where the leaf is up at. It's got a folding leaf on it, so it makes it bigger. Otherwise, I think it comes to here is how big my island would be without the leaf. I really like it though. It's a game changer. I have so much counter space. I've been making a lot of muffins and goodies and stuff now that I got counter space. My husband's wanting cookies, and me, cookie time is more Christmassy, so I don't really like to make cookies in the summer. I'm gonna see if I could pull up YouTube on here and go into the live so I could read the conversation that way instead of squinting across the table. There it is. I gotta turn the volume down though. There it is. Because it'll echo. There it is. Oh. I gotta turn the volume down though. There it is. Because it'll echo. There we go. I got it. So now I'll see you guys' conversation as I'm live. And I can see it up close. Later. How long will you be live today? I will be live a majority of the day because we're waiting for this starter to rise. In fact, even it rose a little bit more since we've been on. It's got to go all the way up to the rim of the jar before I can actually use it. So we'll be on for a little while. But she's on the rise. Okay, great. I'll be back. Okay. All right, Sonny. I'll see you later. I thank everybody for coming in as we're sitting here waiting. If you guys don't mind, if there's people in here and you haven't subbed to my channel, if you could sub to my channel, that would be great. Double tapping on the screen even helps me even more. I'd appreciate that too. When I get to about 500 subscribers, I have a personalized apron that I will be wearing next week. I will be giving away a apron at my 500 subscribers. I showing my appreciation. I will probably have 2 aprons that I will give away at my 500 subscriber mark. I am not currently selling them. It is just a thing that I'm going to do at my giveaway. I'm going to fill my teacup before it gets too low. If I drink it too fast, I will be going to the bathroom every 5 minutes, guaranteed. I drink Great Value unsweet tea. I don't have patience to brew my own, and sometimes you can brew them and they will be too strong. So I found that I like this one. And this is a rubber funnel. I put it over the top, and if you can't twist your cap off, sometimes it helps. If not, you get your husband to do it. This cap's stubborn, dude. Let me put it at a different angle, maybe. Ooh! Yeah, she's stubborn. Usually that trick works. Try a different funnel. Oh, I guess we ain't getting tea right now until my husband comes out. I can't get the cap off that gallon. That's funny. I still have some, so we're good. You know what? We're gonna try something here. I can't believe that the rubber, that cap is sealed like that. You know what? Usually lids like that are on glass jars, not a milk gallon. Have you ever had a milk gallon where the lid does not come off properly? There's a delay on my other phone, so it's kind of goofy. I'm gonna go wake my husband up. I want my tea. I'm on my live, by the way. All right, my husband was able to get it. Hi, Rebecca. How are you? Thank you for coming on. Sorry, I had to get my husband to open my gallon of tea. The cap was like on there like a glass jar cap. Having to ask my husband to open up a gallon. Apparently, they sealed it so well, they didn't want nobody drinking it. Alright, I gotta do this over this sink because this gallon is like up there, dude. So I drink unsweet iced tea. That's like my drink of choice. I've been drinking it for 2 years now. I stopped drinking soda. I can't drink it anymore. One day I can't drink this anymore and stopped. I used to be an avid Coca-Cola and Dr. Pepper. Loved my Coca-Cola and Dr. Pepper. Now I don't touch it. And started drinking tea. And I've been on Zepbound since June of last year. So I don't crave a lot of stuff. I'm not like constantly eating anymore. I think I eat once a day, and when I do eat, I feel like I ate at a buffet. So I was 260 pounds. I'm down to 199. I'm in Wonderland, as I call it now. I'm doing really good health-wise because of it. I don't plan on going back to the way I was. I don't have a lot of pictures of how I used to be, but there are major changes. Welcome in, everybody. If you're coming in, please double tap the screen. That does help my live tremendously. We are doing sourdough. I fed Gertrude. We're waiting for Gertrude to get to her peak to use her. We are going to make a jalapeno cheddar loaf and a sweet one, which will be a double chocolate espresso with strawberry. I am attempting to do 2 loaves at a time. I'm going to use 2 different bowls because one is a sweet dough and one is more of a savory dough. So I can't mix the 2 doughs at the same time. So this way, if one is when you're catching me make the 1 loaf, there'll be a second time around to see how another loaf is made. She said loaf. So at this point, it's a waiting game. So we're going to sit and chat until the next step is available. And then we're going to keep busy for a good priority of the dough making. If I would have fed Gertrude last night, we would already be making bread. Well, not making bread, but the process of mixing up the dough. And we did start a whole new starter, which if you weren't here for that, the starter consisted of 50 grams of King Arthur bread flour and 50 grams of Ice Mountain spring water. If you're doing any sourdough, the community will tell you spring water or filtered water is the best water to use. You can use tap water. I've tried it. The rise on your dough will not be the same rise as you will get with spring water or with filtered water. Bread flour, I use King Arthur. I have used other bread flours that were unbleached. I used Great Value when I started my starter, but how do I say it? She was weak, and I couldn't figure out why I wasn't getting kind of flat bread and not risen bread. Or very high bread. Um, I switched to the King Arthur. My starters started doubling and tripling, which it never done. And ever since then, I've been getting better bread with the King Arthur. So if you're gonna start, I recommend, and I know it's not cheap flour, um, but a higher protein bread flour is always the best way to go. And I do the investment and I use the King Arthur. I spend in my market where I'm at about $6 on 5 pound bag of King Arthur bread flour. And you don't have to maintain a huge starter. You can maintain a small starter, and when you're going to bake, you bulk up your starter. It will be less flour waste because there are people who say, "Aren't you wasting a lot of flour?" No, I am not. I am not wasting a lot of flour. You can also save your discard. You can make discard recipes. I don't do a lot of discard recipes, so I only maintain a little jar of discard in my fridge, which I keep as a maintenance starter just in case my starter gets baked in the oven on accident or whatnot. I'm watching myself on two phones. It's kind of awkward. Yep, so we're just sitting here. If you have questions or anything that you want to know, I will answer them the best I can. And if I cannot, I will definitely Google search them and get them answers for you. All right, I'm just gonna sit here. Hi, everybody. As you're jumping in, please double tap the screen. Welcome in, welcome in. We're waiting on Gertrude, and then we're gonna get to slapping some dough. think I think it's kind of hard to do sourdough lives because in order for you to get a consistent sourdough live, you have to feed your starter at night. And a lot of people want to see you feed it. So this is the process that takes forever. And you're just, it's a waiting game until she's ready to be used. Your sourdough is your starter is your main thing. If she is not ready and she is not to peak and you go and try to use her, like right now, and mix her in, she will eat every bit of your ingredient and you won't have but a dense and flat loaf. So we are waiting for her to get up to about here because this is where she was at, is where the band is at. Now she's about an inch above the band. When she gets up to about here or up to the rim, she will start to, right now she's like domed. She will start to flatten out and be kind of wavy, like a puddle. When you drop it, you know how it gets a little wavy on the top. She'll be alive. Right now she's feeding. So everything that she's doing, she is feeding. I could actually probably set her out here without a towel on her because right now we just, either way we gotta wait. They're I have a heating mat over here I could put her on, but I don't like how she works if you kind of rush her. She's better off if you let her do her thing. And it's kind of cool to watch her move. It's like a science project. Welcome into my science kitchen. That's what my husband said. This is my science project. And when I go to make these breads, I'll have just a little bit left in my jar. I will not feed her again tonight. I wait and scrape down my sides, get her down into the bottom of the jar. I put her on my counter, and then in the morning, I'll feed her. She only gets fed once a day. I do not repeatedly feed her. After I use her, she's still fed. So I will wait until the next day and I will feed her. You guys don't need to feed them twice a day unless you're baking twice a day and you need to keep making more and more to feed. I don't. I bake once a week really, and I maintain it until I bake. And when I bake, I bulk feed. And I feed her thick because she likes thick. And you'll see with all the bubbles that she'll get throughout the jar, because she's already starting to bubble pretty good. The other day when I made my pretzels, holy moly, the bubbles in her. Now, because I'm making 2 loaves of bread and my breads will have inclusions in them, my recommendation is not to leave them out on a countertop. I would leave them in a Ziploc bag in the refrigerator. You can also freeze them. You slice them up and then put them in the Ziploc bag in the freezer, because then you can pull out each individual slice and heat up. It's easier that way. Um, you don't really want to freeze the whole loaf, because then you got to take the whole loaf out and thaw it. This way, if you do it piece by piece, you're okay. And most new toasters are meant to do like freezer foods, like your frozen waffles. It's like doing a frozen waffle. I can't wait. I'm getting a new toaster. My little black thing is finally going to take a walk. I had her since 2016. She's a faithful toaster, but no toaster for me. I need a 4-slice toaster. Because I do French toast in bulk, and I freeze my French toasts, and we take them out and we throw them in the toaster when we want French toast. And it's strange because we did my starter, the new starter, which we got to come up with a name for. We might do a poll next week. Once she's become active, we'll name her. But she's already kind of doing stuff in the jar a little bit. She's not. She smells like. She smells like dough. She doesn't smell like flour and water. She smells like dough. That's pretty much so what she smells like. So we need to come up with a name for it. It is Gertrude Spawn. Well, no, it's not Gertrude Spawn. This is one we created from flour and water. Gertrude Spawn would be like if I took some of her and mixed her with flour and water in another jar. Gertrude Spawn would be from my starter from the fridge. Yeah. My neighbors are going to think I'm crazy. I'm talking like that. Oh dear. It's gonna be a day. I was supposed to get my dehydrated blueberries yesterday, but they never came. So I need to check my Amazon and find out what's going on. They're supposed to come USPS. It said it would be here by 8, 9 o'clock yesterday, but it never came. So I'm assuming Monday. And my apron should be here by Tuesday or Wednesday next week. So I'll be able to debut my apron on Sunday when I go live again. My sourdough lives are going to be consistently on Sundays. It'll just be the day that I can do it on. Because I side hustle during the week and I have to take my son back and forth to school. I have more time on Sundays to focus on my sourdough. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. That's unusual. So, like this. Can we stack them? Probably shouldn't do that, but here we go. There we go. Yeah, she's got a lot of bubbles starting. She's getting there. It's kind of interesting. I wish I had time-lapse camera to do. I don't know how to do all that. Because that would be interesting to just watch it. And you don't need expensive stuff to do sourdough. I got these jars at Dollar Tree for $1.25. In fact, I'm gonna get two more jars coming up here. This one, you can see the plastic part, the screw thing came off of it. But it's okay. You do not rinse sourdough down your drain. These are common things. Please do not discard your sourdough down your drain. It hardens like cement. You will have a deep plumbing bill. Please do not wash your sourdough down your drain. It is a warning. Sourdough hardens like cement. Your plumber will be very upset with you. So the best way to handle cleaning jars is to get as much of it out as you possibly can. Soak jar with cold soapy water. It will soften up the flour and it will become like a milky colored liquid, and then you can rinse it down the drain and run lots of water to get it down. You do not want chunks of sourdough going down your drain. My eczema is really bad today. I'm gonna, while we're waiting, I'm gonna take my chair out of the way and I'm gonna wash some dishes. You guys can watch me be Molly maid. Do, 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 do. Better take that down before I get clumsy. I was just being funny. Sorry guys, washing dishes. Alright, I'll be right back. Bathroom break. What time is it? It is 10:30. I gotta take my minutes off. Alright, I'm coming back. Alright. I'm back. I'm gonna take my blood pressure pill. Almost forgot. And it's about 10:30. I really need to eat something. So I think I'm gonna have some of those bagel bites with the cream cheese. I think that'll be a good treat. Oh, all my favorites are on right now. Lord, do you ever scroll through on the feed on the lives? There's a lady on here eating soap. with cornstarch on it. Ugh, yuck. Yucko. Yuck. Ew. Sometimes I'm in the fear of even trying to scroll through stuff because of that. I'm wondering if that thing will work. Okay, so I have two Dutch ovens. I have this one, which is the Gotham Steel. This one I use all the time. But the outside looks like hell and beyond. You know what I'm saying? I've been trying to scrub at it. It's something that comes from the oven. I got those little metal scrubby things. I'm gonna try scrubbing the outside of it with that, and see if that'll come off. But this is my favorite Dutch oven. My favorite. I also have this one, which the the lid comes off of. It's a heavier one, where the Gotham Steel is light. I like the Gotham Steel because I had that surgery on my arms. This one is nice, but I get better bread out of my Gotham Steel one than I do this one. Don't ask me why. And that big heavy one, it's not name brand. It's not the ones you see going around. It's just an off brand. I think I paid $30 or $40 for. But my Gotham Steel one, I stand by that one. That one, I've had nothing but success with baking in. But the outside of it is a little to die for. Like something that happens in the oven. I can scrub and scrub at it right now, and that stuff don't come off. I don't know what happens to it and what does it. Um, I've scrubbed my oven too, thinking maybe my oven's nasty, but that's not the case. I just don't know where it comes from. So I'm going to try that. Here, I'm going to show you. I have a little cup I keep all my washing goodies in. It's not in the best of condition, but it's a little, like, what do you call it? SOS pad, but it's not. It's like in a washcloth form thing. I'm going to try it. It cleaned the hood of my stove really good, though. Toothbrush. I keep that around. Um, you might want to invest in taking an old toothbrush and keeping it at your counter. When you're doing sourdough and you get your hands in there and you're mixing and stuff, if you have any type of hair on your knuckle, sourdough will become a wax remover. It will pull your hair on your knuckles. So I use a toothbrush and I use that and scrub the hair on my knuckles to get any sourdough out of them before it dries and hardens. Because sometimes you think you got it off and you haven't. I've had it dried up my arm and it's like, oh shit. Yeah, and it hurts. It literally is like a wax remover. I have tons of cleaning product for that. And I keep rubbing my ear, guys. I have eczema in my ears. I just put cream in it, but it's going to take a little while before it stops. I have a lot of skin issues, and I don't wear makeup because I have allergies up to the high end. Have I wore makeup in my younger years, but I paid price for wearing makeup, so I stopped. Um, my grandma always told me, you don't need that pancake makeup. That stuff's pancake stuff. It'll age you before you know it. So I never really wore it. Didn't feel the need to. Um, If I want to see myself with makeup, I do filters. Well, guys, she's almost about doubled. So we started her at 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, and she's about doubled in 3 hours. So she's doing good. She's doing what she's supposed to do. We're gonna turn this warming pad on, see if we can get her to go a little bit quicker. We'll do it at 75. I'm gonna turn that timer off. I don't like that. I don't know. There we go. I'm gonna put her on the warmer. If the pad gets too hot, I'm not gonna use it because I don't want to cook my dough. And just put a towel over it. I gotta wash all my hands before I start doing stuff. I do the sandwich bread, and I have a special pan that I use for that too. I think this is my 2-pound loaf though. Yeah, this is my 2-pound loaf. So this pan is a double pan. I have not used this one yet. I have a one pound loaf, which is one loaf of bread. She's hidden somewhere. I love the sandwich bread. I use it for my French toast. I use it just for normal toast. But I do a lot of sandwich bread over the artesian loaf because I just like how it cuts up and I like how it can fit in a toaster properly. But I'm getting a really good toaster that's a 2-slice toaster, and I would be able to put the artesian bread in it. So maybe I might like it a little bit more. Let's see. Alright. See if that helps. I need a name. I need a name. Gotta come up with a name for this dough. Dohilda. Dozilla. Dohandre. Something. We need a name. Breadzilla. I'm gonna have to get a paper towel. Well, I gotta see what my battery charge is. Oh yeah, we got to plug her in. Trying not to. Why is she so loose? Okay. Alright, she's charging. At least I think she is. Find out. Yeah, she's charging. Gotta make sure my phone maintains. I'll check back later, Deb. I'm not feeling well and I'm going to nap. Okay, get some rest. Hope you feel better. Sorry, it's just it's a process. We gotta wait. Nothing I can do. I think next time I'll start doing this portion at night, and then in the morning we can just start doing what we gotta do. It's kinda hard when your starter's gotta be the show. You gotta wait for that to get where it's at. Let's see here. It's her on the heating element. You're welcome, nieces. I'm just gonna watch her grow. I think I'm gonna get me some pencil. I can sit there. I can put these back for now so I can get in here. Put her back up for now. Try to put these usually in a bag. Put my butter dish somewhere. Great. Spoon. Guys, I'm gonna make this something to snack on because if I don't eat, I'm gonna sit here and not eat. It's not good not to not eat. at some point I'll have to start my load of laundry too. Wonder if I could put some baking soda or something in a dish and microwave it. I wonder if that'll take that smell out of my microwave. My son put a piece of pizza in there and set it on for 8 minutes, so it smoked the heck out of it. So now anytime you open it and cook in it, you could smell that smoke. So I'm wondering if I take a dish of baking soda paste, put it in there and microwave that, if that would suck that smell out. So there is my pretzel bites. Or bagel bites. They're really good. They're chewy. They taste just like the ones you get from the store. When they came out of the oven, the bottoms were really crunchy. If I wanted to do more, I probably could reheat these in the oven. But these are really convenient to just heat up in the microwave, especially if you're fast and you gotta go somewhere quick. They only take like 30 seconds on one side, flip them. And you can put your cold cream cheese on there too. And when you go to flip them, mix your cream cheese up a little bit. And then flip them again for another 30 seconds. And these are sourdough. It was really easy to do. They said you can use the stand mixer, but to be honest, it was better to just probably mix everything in the bowl and then just knead it by hand on the counter. The motor on my stand mixer couldn't tolerate the thickness of the dough, I think. And I have a KitchenAid, and the motor was just sounding real rough. So I just switched to doing everything on the counter. Now, I would eat the crap out of these at the movie theater when I would go. I even bought, I can make my own cheese sauce, but I don't have time for that lately. So I bought a can of it. We're going to try that. They have a beer cheese. I'd like to try that. Oh, she bubbling. I just watched that bubble pop. Kind of cool. These would be good for like a football party. When you have football party, heat these up with some beer cheese dip. Now, they're not real salty because I didn't have that coarse salt. But I lightly sprinkled them with salt before they went in the oven. I'm okay with that because sometimes I don't like to eat them big chunks of coarse salt. I had to brush my hair. I brushed it after the shower, but it dried kind of funny. Well, I would think in another hour, hour and a half maybe, we can start doing bread. We'll see. She can't be domed like this. Dome is a sign she's rising. Flattening out is peak. And then she'll start going down slowly. When she starts going down, you could still use her. It's just when she gets down too low, she's going to be no good no more. Then it's like you're feeding her again. And she'll just eat whatever you're making. No, are you looking at yourself in the water? Well, that'll fill me up till supper. I don't know what I'm going to do for supper. We might just have a frozen pizza tonight. I didn't take out any meat. But you know what? I can do chicken and gravy in a slow cooker. That'll work. My husband might like that. I think that's what we'll do. Medicine's starting to work. It's not as bad. I have steroid cream that I have for my eczema. And when it gets real bad, like in my inner ear, I have eczema real bad. And the only way to describe it is it feels like something's crawling in your ear constantly. I went to the ENT doctor to have my sinuses looked at. and I told her about it. I was like, you know, my ears feel like I have things crawling in them, and it's driving me insane. They're constantly itching. She goes, let me take a look. She went in, she looked, she goes, you got eczema. She told me to use like I think it was like Lubriderm or some kind of a little bit of lotion, not a lot, just very minute amount. But if it's very insane, I can use my steroid cream I have for eczema. And that should help alleviate the itching. But you didn't want me to use it all the time in my ears. So it's only when I notice that it's insanely bad. Now I'll have the hiccups because I ate something. Oh, Sunny's live. Hi, Mary. How are you? I'm sitting here waiting for my starter to rise. We started one on the live. So this one is just flour and water. And tomorrow we're going to feed that. We're not going to discard on it. So we're going to wait for her to become active like my Gertrude, which she's on the rise. She's almost doubled. We're got to wait for her to go to the lip of the jar. Pretty much so it's a waiting game. I can't make bread until then. But we prepped up, like, we're going to do a jalapeno cheddar one. And then the other one is going to be a double chocolate espresso with strawberries. Oh yeah, sweet one and a savory one. And I think I'm going to make like a chicken with gravy in the slow cooker, and I think that jalapeno cheddar bread might go good with it. And I just got done eating sourdough pretzel bites for a snack. But we're just sitting and waiting and chatting, and I don't know. It's my first time doing this. It's like, it's kind of hard. Like, if I would have fed her last night, we could have been mixing dough and doing all the stretch and folds right now. But I think everybody needs to see this portion on what you got to do up until you got to do all that stuff. And then I think with the starter we just started, I'm going to do videos showing each day what you got to do. Yep, me too. And then once people understand and know this, what this has got to do, I could just do this overnight and just make bread and show people the different types of breads they can make. Hey, Michael, please stay out in the living room. I'm on a live. Nobody needs, unless you get pajamas on, okay? My son just got up from sleeping in. Yeah, put some pajama pants on, please, bud. A pajama shirt too would be great. Nobody needs to see that part of you either. I know you're a boy, but nobody needs to see you like that. This is reality. This is home living. Hi, Valentine. Welcome in. This is Gertrude. She's doubled, but we gotta wait for her to stop rising, which will probably be about to the top of the jar. And she's almost there. I think another hour and a half. Then we could start making bread. And then this one we haven't named yet. We're gonna try to figure a name out for. We created this morning. This is 50 grams of bread flour with 50 grams of spring water. This is the starting of a brand new starter. And that's the start. So tomorrow, and I put on there, I need a name. It's backwards probably for you guys. I'm gonna do videos on this, on the starter because I'm only going live on Sundays right now doing the dough because I don't make bread. You saying hi to everybody. This is my son Michael. He's just waking up. He had a good sleep in, huh? Did you sleep good? Yeah? You waving hi?
Hi.
Did you sleep good?
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
I'm gonna go play some games.
Gracie.
Should I make it something to eat? What should I eat?
Oh, for a name, Mary? Okay. I'll write it down. We'll get some names going, and then what I'll do is next Sunday we'll put a like a poll up, and we'll do the best name. So we got one name already in. We need a second name, and then we'll do a poll to see which name wins.
Look, this is what Mom made for me.
What is it?
A banana muffin.
Yeah.
Tastes good.
It's kid approved. The banana muffin wins.
What?
Is it really good?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't put nuts in the muffins because he's not too fond of certain things. He's a very picky eater. So we left it like a plain banana muffin. He had bananas for school for the week, and they kind of were starting to go brown, so we decided we're going to use them that way. And now he can have banana muffins for school next week. Also, I think we made blueberry muffins, but I didn't use muffin liners, and they stuck in the pan, so they're kind of breaking up. I like to bake. I like to cook. It's one thing I like to do. Chicken. In the pan of ox chicken. Alright, so I'm taking out chicken, and I'm going to get my crock pot out. We're going to turn the chair this way. Oh, I hate not having room. Oh, room for the week. Work with what you got. When you got no room, you figure it out. And when you're the only dishwasher in the house, you use fine china, crock pot liners. Gotta get more of them. Oh, I got one more. Okay. You use crock pot liners. Save yourself on the cleaning of your crock pot. These things cut back a lot of the clean job on these. Think smart. That is for sure. I'd like to get those silicone ones, but every time I think to spend money, I don't think to get those. These come in a pack of 20. That's not too bad. And then gotta get my gravy. I don't know if anybody else does this, but these are like all my packets of stuff I use. Like onion soup mix, taco stuff. I stock up on it. I use reduced fat or reduced sodium gravy with for my chicken. I have high blood pressure with hypertension, so I try to reduce my sodium intake as much as possible. Like, I don't drink soda, that stuff's really high in it. I drink unsweetened iced tea. I drink water. So now, yes, my chicken is frozen, and I am going to put it. It's 1:20 p.m. It is what? Val, do you ever sleep? Universal. It is 11:12 in the afternoon here. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing, Valentine. Every time I go on real late, you're on late doing your thing. And then sometimes you're up in the day. It's kind of curiosity. Is Valentine a vampire? Or is she... That's the question. That's the question. I know Matt is another one. They're true Vegas people because Vegas doesn't sleep. So like Matt belongs in Vegas, not Colorado. You want chicken patties? Do you want that for supper or do you want something to snack on right now instead? Because it's kind of early to have a meal. Put those in the freezer. And then, do you want like a muffin? Do you want a bowl of cereal?
I never ate cereal.
There's cookie crisp up there. There's Golden Grams. There's Honey Nut Cheerios. There's Lucky Charms. There's regular cornflakes. There's not the Tony the Tiger ones you like.
I like Tony the Tiger.
Do I need to put that back?
It's okay.
Because my freezer's full, dude. I don't need that to... Here, let me check it out. You see how that fell out?
Oh, you did that.
If anything blocks the door, it won't stay shut. You see what I'm saying?
I was just trying to find something.
Well, let me know if you want cereal or something, because I have to get in here to get you the bowl. Okay?
Actually, I'll get cereal. I'll take... Which one should I take? Lucky Charms.
You want Lucky Charms?
Never tried it.
Alright. This is how we do and roll with a small kitchen.
We got right.
Okay. Lucky Charms. I get one book. All right, Michael. Let me get you a spoon, and then you're all set.
Wait, how'd you get milk?
I had a gallon.
You actually got milk?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't tell me.
Here's your cereal.
In there.
in the door.
Oh. Can I eat?
Yep, go ahead. Alright, the little guy was getting up, so we were getting him something to eat. My husband will be waking up shortly too. They're late risers. I'm up like when, especially when Michael's got school, I'm up every day at 5 a.m. I have a cup of coffee, take my shower, and then I sit in the living room, get dressed. Because when I take a shower, I gotta like wait until I'm thoroughly dry before I get dressed. So like, even though I towel dried, I gotta wait for my skin to be dry. That's also a thing when you lose a lot of weight and you have issues with excess skin. You gotta make sure all that stuff is completely dry. You don't want moisture at all whatsoever. So that's what I do. And then I get my son's stuff ready for school, his lunch, his backpack. I set up his clothes. And then about 6:30 in the morning, my routine goes to getting him ready. So I wake him up, he gets in the shower, I get him in the living room getting dressed. And then my husband is up, I get him up. And then it's just relaxing and watching TV and then getting the train ready to go out the door to go to school. And then we drop him off at school and then we start to DoorDash. And then I dash until about 2 o'clock. And then we go to get my son. So that's my daily routine. And I do have to start a load of laundry. So I think while we're waiting, I'm gonna run downstairs real quick and I'll let you guys supervise Gertrude while I take a load of laundry down to get that started because my son's gonna need clean clothes for school.
Sugar's gonna take over my head, dude.
No, that's not a lot, dude. Not like that.
Then why did my head hurt?
Why does your head hurt? I don't know. It's not from the cereal. You're goofy. You got a blue nose.
Really?
Yeah, grab a paper towel.
Let me see the camera.
No, don't pull it. Come over here. Come over by mommy.
Let me see.
He wants to see his nose on the camera. See the blue dot?
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bad?
I got a silly little one. I gotta watch how much I show him on camera. It's not a good thing to do that because there's people out there that are not so nice.
Bye.
Alright. Excuse you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad to release the air out of your abdomen. Boys will be boys. So I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna start that laundry. If my husband comes up here and is naughty and sneaks in the camera, let me know. It will only take me a few minutes. I just gotta go in and throw it in the wash machine. No, princess, you're not coming up right now. You can come up after I'm done doing what I gotta do. Miss Princess wants to make a debut. Okay. Okay. Come on. 1, 2, 3. There's Lincoln. There's Princess. They all want to make a debut. Say hi, everybody. Nope, you can't get in any of this stuff. You smell it, but you ain't getting it. She will sit at my ankles and whine until I pick her up, guys. I will wash my hands before I touch anything on this table. you don't show the love, then she gets upset. What you see out there, huh? What is that? Is there a birdie? 'Cause I see the birdhouse from here. I see a birdhouse from here. I don't understand why the birdhouse is up that high. That's an awful high up birdhouse. That tree must have grew with that on it. That's the only thing that makes sense about that. Ooh, how's everybody's day going? Yeah, this is Princess. She's 10 plus years old. We don't know exact age. We got her from somebody. She's missing her, is it, let me see. Left eye? No, right eye. She's missing her right eye. That's how we got her. We're giving her the best quality she can have for the rest of her life. We took her to a vet when we got her, and they said she was 10 plus then. But the new vet that we saw said she can't be that old. But, the surgery to fix her eye right now is $1,500 and some odd dollars. I don't have that kind of money to have her eye fixed like that right now. There's care credit, but we don't get enough in care credit to pay for it. They said her blood work shows she's okay, she's fine, she doesn't have any infection. They said a dog with an eye open like that usually gets sepsis and dies. They're surprised that the eye was not sewn shut, so they don't believe the other person took them to the vet when this happened. Also, she is a rescue, in other words, and we're doing the best we can with what we got with her. The first vet that we took her to said that he did not want to perform the surgery on her. He thinks that she was too old to do the surgery. The second vet said that they would perform the surgery because all her lab work looks good and whatnot, but the cost of it is right now out of our pocket. So the vet told us just keep doing what we're doing and try to save up to see if we can get it done. So that's what we're gonna do. She said she's not in any pain. They didn't give her any medication or anything like that. So that's the good thing. But boy, oh boy. Huh. You just been through a lot in your life. Yes, you have. I'm gonna go and do my laundry real quick, because if it gets too late, then I'm gonna be up too late folding it. Let me get this box out of the way. Pack out of the way. I think that'll be too much. I'm gonna cut that in half a little bit. I'll do 2 loads. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I just gotta go down to the basement. I'm back. Okay. Real life. All right. She is started. I hate it that we're all the way at the top. I go down a curved flight of stairs, down another curved flight of stairs. And then you gotta come all the way back up. But it is what it is. At least I got my own washer and dryer. I don't have to go to a laundromat. Good morning, Colleen. How are you? I'm staring at my other phone on the counter. It's a little delayed from my screen. It's easier for me to see the comments. That's good. That's good. Trying to get rolling here. I know, I've been up since 5 o'clock. I started like a couple minutes late on my live. We got one starter here started, showing people how to start a starter, which is 50 grams of unbleached bread flour with 50 grams of spring water. And then we're waiting on Gertrude to get to the top of the jar, which she's on the rise. You can't see her too well. She's dirty up around the edge. But she's getting there. She's almost there. We gotta wait for that dome to go flat. Once the dome goes flat, I can use her. If I would have started it last night and fed her last night, we would have been already flip-flapping dough. But I had to show everybody the process, what needs to go on. And now on, I can have them go back and look at the video and they can see it. Well, not the video, the live. Or I can just do a video in the morning feeding it too. And that video will be on my videos. I just gotta make sure it's over 3 minutes. Thank you everybody for jumping in. Double tap the screen. It will help my live and I would greatly appreciate it. When I get to 500 subscribers, I'm going to be debuting my apron next Sunday, if it comes before then. It says it is, but we'll see. I'm going to debut my apron, and I am going to do, after I get to my 500 subscribers, I'm going to give away 2 aprons as part of my appreciation for the subscriptions. It will be a subscribers only live. That way it's fair and it's only for my subscribers. Woo. I'm still hustling some breath, but I went down pretty quick and came up pretty fast. We forgot about my husband's blanket in the dryer. Luckily it was dry. Otherwise I'd be re-washing his blanket. I gotta watch these dogs. They'll come, especially Lincoln. He can get his feet up on my counter and grab stuff. He took a loaf of my bread and ran fast. He's a good dog, but a sassy dog. He's grown so much too. He'll be a year July 2nd. We got him when he was a little puppy. He was so cute. He's grown into himself, that's for sure. He doesn't have that puppy face anymore. So, do your thing, rise. I think I'll turn this up. It doesn't feel really warm. Put it at 80 and see what happens. And with starters and your sourdough, best water to use is spring water or filtered water. Do not use reverse osmosis. Do not use tap water. You can use well water as long as it does not have, if you do not have a softener system. Something with the softener will do something to your starter. You can use tap water. I've done it, but just an FYI, your bread it won't get as much of a spring to it. And I do believe flour plays a big role because I started my starter December 28th. Gertrude was not doing much and I couldn't figure out why. Everybody said, oh, you should have some activity. You've had it for a month. I'm like, well, it's rising, but it's only rising like 1/4 of an inch and it ain't going nowhere. And I used the Great Value unbleached bread flour. Now I switched to King Arthur unbleached bread flour, and she's been active and thriving and just growing. So we've kind of watched her since 7:35 this morning get fed and go from the top black part of the band up to where she's at so far. Which I don't know if you guys can really see it on the camera. There you go. Usually what I do is when I'm making bread, hi Viper, how are you? I feed her in the morning before I take my son to school. And then I go out dashing, and by the time I get home, she's already ready to make bread. So I'll either choose to start a bread or I'll wait until the weekend to do bread. I mainly save bread making for the weekend because during the week it gets a little hectic. Hey, Luke. Welcome in, welcome in. See, I should be taking my sourdough with me out on the road and just put her on the dash and let you guys watch her while I'm door dashing. I am actually getting ready to make sourdough. This is Gertrude right here in this jar that we fed this morning. And she's, I'm waiting for her to get to peak. We're going to make a cheddar and jalapeno bread. And we're going to make a double chocolate espresso with strawberry bread. Now, this jar sitting here This is just a starter we started so I could show people what they need to do to start one. And then I'm going to do videos every morning on what to do with it so people know what to do with theirs. I ain't no expert. I'm just a home baker. I enjoy what I'm doing. I just thought I would share everybody how I do what I do. I don't do measurements when it comes to feeding my dough, all but when I started the starter. And then when I bake my bread. That's the only time I usually do measurements. There are people out there that will police the sourdough and say, oh, you're not doing this right. Well, I'm doing something right because my bread comes out awful good. I think the ones that tell people they need to measure it to this and do this ratio is just confusing people because it really ain't that hard. I don't think people had measuring cups back in the day. Well, yeah, back when sourdough was invented. I do have a scale for it, but that is only when I'm mixing my stuff into the bowl. Yeah, I should have just done that. I should have took the sourdough with me out in the car and door dashed until she was ready and went home. That's what I should have done. That would have been a dirty stack. You'll hear my son in the background. He's singing and playing games, I think. This is real life. We're going to make chicken and gravy in the slow cooker. And what else? Do I have chicken and gravy? And then I got potatoes, mac and cheese. Don't mind my cluttered cabinet. Yep. Mashed potatoes and a vegetable. That's how she's gonna roll. Instant mashed potatoes. Keep it simple, keep it easy. And I put a crock pot liner in my crock pot because I ain't about scrubbing no dang crock pot after I cook. Ooh, spaghetti. I haven't had that in a while. That actually sounds good. I do a lot of crock pot cooking in the summer because I'm up on the second floor and we have like one of those portable AC units to bring from room to room because our central air really don't work good. Hey Fran, welcome back. It's going. You can see she's growing. She's gotten bigger. So I decided I'm not putting it in yet because all week it's going to be 50. So if it's hot, we can open windows. I'm trying to save on my electric bill. I have one electric bill already this year, $400 and some odd dollars. I wanted to just drop jaw. And I'm in an apartment, $400 and some odd dollars. You answer that one. I've had a lot of people pop in and out. It's not much I can do until she gets up to the top and flattens out a little bit. I did do some prepping too. I cut up my jalapenos, my cheddar, and then I got all my stuff here to do the sweet one. But I think she should be almost up there in an hour maybe. She's growing pretty quick. Next time we'll have this done at night. Hi Austin, welcome in. Yep, it's still morning, 11:44. We're almost afternoon here. You guys hear my kitty cat? He's getting mad at Lincoln. My Noah's Ark is fighting. You come up to say hi? You come up to say hi? There's Lincoln. It's Lincoln stinking. Yes, it's Lincoln stinking. You can't come up in my lap. You're too big. You're too big. You're too big. Don't give me that look. I don't need that look. You don't need to put your... Oh, no, no, no. Well, okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Y'all want to come up and say hi? What, buddy? I can't pick you up. You're too big. She's like, that's my mom. Come on. See, you get yourself in a tizzy. Oof. There's a thing, what she just did, because of her age, the vet told me that happens. It's something to do with their esophagus. They get overstimulated, and little dogs especially, their esophagus will close up on them. So what she's doing is trying to open up the esophagus to get the air through. It happens in little dogs when they get older. And it becomes more dominant even at the older they get. So it is possible she could pass away from that. So I just try to keep her calm, but he roused her up. Well, my husband's going to be well rested. So, who wants to make bets he'll be sleeping in my car tomorrow? Lincoln, I cannot lift you. I can pet you, but I cannot lift you. You are getting too big. You're getting too big. Wants me to hold him like her. Now, if I was in my chair, I'd have you hop up and then you can lay on me. Yes, but I can't pick you up from the ground up. No, don't give me that bow down. Out of my starters. I ain't got nothing for you. I may have to put the baby gate up so they don't come in here when I'm making the dough. Okay, I'm seeing comments on that one, but I ain't seen them on this one. Let me try refreshing. There they are. I like that clock though. Amazon. We had one before this one. My husband liked it, and we had it at our other place. We got here, and the front part of it broke, so I went on Amazon and found one just like it. So this is a replacement clock because we had two of them. We had this one and then one before. I got it on Amazon. You just look up miniature Godfather clocks. It's my husband's style. That's him. I need a clock that gongs like the one in Stranger Things. That would be cool. You need an actual grandfather clock. Those are expensive. The ones that stand from the floor up. Yeah, they're expensive. My father had one when I was a kid, but I think it got broke or something happened to it. It was very expensive to repair it. It wasn't it wasn't worth putting all that money in to repair it. And people don't buy clocks anymore because everything's all digital and on the phone. I like to have stuff like that. My walls, though, I gotta decorate my walls. We weren't sure if we were gonna be here very long, so we really didn't unpack a lot of things, and we haven't put up anything on the walls. But we're gonna be here at least another year or two with the housing market, so we're starting to decorate things the way we want it. I know that we're going to have a heck of a time moving this island and entertainment center out of here because it doesn't come apart and it was a pain in the tush to put together. But we will manage and figure it out. Look how domed she is. Yeah, she's still quite domed. Let's see. You see, she's domed. You gotta wait for that dome to flatten out. I got her on a heating pad. I'll try taking the thermometer out for a minute. Sometimes that'll speed up the process because a starter's happy medium is between 75 and 80 degrees. Yeah, it is. 2 years is a long time. We were looking for a house in 2023, the beginning of 2023, and we were in an apartment, an actual apartment complex, like the ones you guys hate to deliver to. Um, and we got approved, and we found a house that we liked, And the only thing that we didn't have was enough money for the down payment. So we at tax time we would have had the complete down payment. Um, our lender that we were dealing with was not communicating with us, and the people said, "Well, why don't you move in here, pay rent until your taxes come?" And we were like, "Oh, we can do that." Well, that was nice. I mentioned it to the lender, and he was like, "Yeah, well, if I were you, I would go ahead and do that." We were in an FHA loan. FHA would not approve the loan unless we lived there for 6 months. We had already moved in there. So we would have, because we became landlord tenant with the people who were selling the house, we had to wait another 6 months before we could purchase the house. Well, they didn't want to wait that 6 months, and they decided they wanted to sell it to somebody else while we were in the house. Kept every bit of money we put, all earnest money, everything. They took us for 10 grand. 10 grand for that house. So we're trying to recoup our losses before we go again. But this time we're going to go with more knowledge and a different lender. It kind of sucked. We took that one pretty bad. It did a mental toll on me. Literally, I lost my mind. Because it was like we moved into that house and then we had to move right out within 3 months. I didn't get it why the guy wouldn't wait the 6 months, but I understood. Because he was a businessman and he wanted to go and flip another house. But it really sucked. He would have made more money than what the loan was worth with the extra rent. But it is what it is. We can't do nothing. It's over. We just gotta recoup and move on and get back to where we need to be. It was a lot of money, a lot of waste of money. House shopping is fun, but the process of doing a loan was not for us. And it wasn't like we didn't qualify for it. It was FHA wanted the wait. We had the money. We got the money. It was there, but we changed dynamics of loan, moving in and paying rent. And then not only that, my lender wanted us to lie about us being in there paying rent. And that's kind of hard to do when you signed a contract. Whew. Anyway, now you guys know. Everybody's life's got something going on. So now I choose to be happy instead of dwelling on it because that put a lot of toll on me. And that's like I told my husband this last year. I says, I think I want to be happy and I want to live for a little bit before we go and do this again.
You might have to cancel and restart the fight.
It's been a day today.
Yeah, but you just have to cancel and restart it. It's a bug. You just gotta restart that one fight.
So what's everybody planning for dinner tonight? I'm doing chicken with gravy with mashed potatoes and a veggie. And I'm doing my chicken in the slow cooker.
Over here. Oh yeah, you haven't beaten the one day in her run yet?
I did. I beat the DLC before.
You wanna try the one day in her on again quick?
Oh, I know it lets to get the weapons.
Yeah, I don't care about the weapons. I know. I was just saying, I can do them in no time. I just like doing them.
My son's playing video games with somebody on the PlayStation. I gotta sometimes listen because sometimes they're older people. Kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies that they're playing with my kid. Oh wow. Oh. Okay, now she's getting hot. Now I'll shoot heat up into the jar. I've never actually sat here and watched my sourdough grow.
It is not yet clear what has caused this gruesome affliction. The local government's Ministry of Defense erected a quarantine pool shortly after the outbreak.
The global relief effort steady stream of supply drops has sustained what few survivors remain in the city. The Ministry of Defense believes more radical action should be taken to stem the tide of this virus.
The question is, are there still uninfected survivors in the city as the GRE maintains? And if so, will the ministry still go through with a stated plan to annihilate the city in an attempt to
I need to get a globe for that light bulb. I probably could find one. It's got screws. It just needs a globe. And then my stove, I gotta have the landlord. I gotta put a maintenance thing in. The landlord's gotta come and take a broken bulb out of it so I can put a bulb in it. So I just go with my overhead light and that light in my kitchen. I don't think I ever sat in my kitchen this long.
It is not yet clear
Hi.
what has caused this gruesome affliction. The local government's Ministry of Defense erected a quarantine pool shortly.
Hey everybody, as you're coming in, please double tap the screen. If you haven't subbed, please sub to my channel. Getting ready. We're gonna be making bread soon.
The question is, are there still uninfected survivors in the city?
Bathroom break, guys. Bathroom break.
If so,
Gotta do it. Gotta do it.
with a stated plan to annihilate the city in an attempt to wipe out the coronavirus once and for all.
Oh yeah, she's starting to get boobles. She's starting to get the boobles. Let me see if I can show you. You can see the bubbles starting. That's a good sign. Bubbles are a good sign.
Rice is dead. Finally. Fucker got me this hurt.
I have her on a proofing mat that I'm trying to keep it
Thanks to Dr. Camden's
to put warmth on it because sometimes that'll help it go faster.
I don't know what happens next.
Yeah, she's almost up there too. She's climbed. Definitely. Interesting. Very interesting. If I had time lapse, I would use it. I'm gonna go and refresh the chat in here a minute. There we go. Kind of refresh it a little bit. Sometimes chat freezes up. Kind of looking, trying to look this way, but then I'm looking this way at this phone so I can see the comments because it's so far away I can't read that. Let's see what my battery percent is. $87, we're doing good. My countertop has USB ports and plugs, which are nice. It's very nice to have. I feel fancy having USB ports on my kitchen island. And I put this together with my own two hands. Michael? Michael? I heard that.
What?
You don't say things like that. That's not nice.
I was just playing around.
Yeah, but it's inappropriate. So we've been living in this apartment since January of, no, when? April of 2023. So that would make April 23, 24. This April, 2 years we've lived here now, and we're going to live here another year or two. So we'll probably be here 4 years before we get a house total. And the landlord we have, he's really good to us. I can't complain about our landlord. I'm just happy he took us, sorry about the yawning. I'm just happy he took us in when he did. I mean, we had the money to get a place, but with the animals I have, I would have lost all my animals trying to find a place so quick. Princess, that's not nice. How would you like it if I poked you? That's not nice. That is not nice at all. No, I'm not babying you. You were being naughty to him. That's not, no. He was not liking that. My little dirty Q-tip. You need to be good. You be good. Okay, 1, 2, 3. There's nothing up there for you. If you're tired, go lay down. You're starting a trend by yawning, Mr. Lincoln. Well, if you're tired, go lay down. Ain't nobody stopping you. Go lay down. He was up last night, in the middle of the night, going through my tabletop. Hi, Lisa. How are you? We're waiting for Gertrude here to get to peak so we can make some dough.
Not a bad cocaine, definitely.
Started her at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. She's definitely doubled, maybe tripled, but I think she's still rising, so we gotta wait. Because you can't, she's gotta come out of that dome state, and she's not quite there yet. I'm doing great. I'm hanging in there today. It's Sunday. Sundays are a long day. Is it just plain sourdough? I'm making a cheddar jalapeno sourdough, and I'm gonna make a double chocolate espresso with strawberry sourdough. I'm making two. I'm making a savory and a sweet. I wanted to show people the process of feeding her, and then we also did the process of starting a new starter. So I got 2 jars on the table. The one is one we just started today, and I'm going to do videos on that, on what to do after that. And then the jar that is right here, that's Gertrude. We're waiting for her to get to the top of the jar, which she's almost there. I can push her over in the camera a little bit. She's almost to the top. Once she gets to the top, we can start mixing dough. Oh, my dog yawned and now I'm yawning. I blame you, Lincoln. Once that part starts, then I can keep people a little bit more entertained. But right now, I'm just trying to get through the feeding. So I'm going to start doing these lives on Sundays. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed Gertrude at night. That way we can just go right into the dough process. I can't do the dough until she gets to peak. And in order to do that, I'll have to feed her at night. But I wanted to show people that process anyway. Hi, Universal. Welcome in. All day in the kitchen. All day in. There's no sweat. I got my crock pot behind me, which I'm going to start my chicken here in a minute. I feel like I'm rocking my baby here. She is like the biggest lap dog. She's got to be held. Nice to see you get some free time. Yeah, I do. I get free time here and there. My weekends are, my Saturday and Sundays are usually family time. I got a load of laundry in. I'm sorry for yawning. It got started somehow. I'm not tired, it's just, it started yawning. Got a load of laundry in. Got the dough fed, went live, took my shower, everything else happened today. It's a lazy Sunday. The fun part's gonna be mixing the doughs. Cause like the chocolate, the double chocolate espresso and strawberry dough, there's a bunch of steps you gotta do before you can start mixing the starter in with it. I gotta stop yawning, dude. I won't drink coffee this late. I'm not sleepy either though. So it's just a trend. I should have put my sourdough right on where the camera could see it the whole entire time. Because then I could probably go in and speed up the process of the live on a video maybe. That would do a good, what do they call that? Dude, I think you might be better if I let you down. Yeah, I think I'm going to, because I'm going to get my chicken going. Because I got to move, or I'm going to fall asleep. What? for now. So I have a 1 pound package of chicken breast tenderloins. One solo cup. About 3/4 of that solo cup with hot water. 2 packets of reduced sodium gravy. And I used hot water in the cup. And then you mix it up real good. Now I use chicken tenderloins and that's 1 pound. And yes, it is frozen. I've always done it this way. I don't know any other way of, you can thaw them, but I've always done them from frozen. This was a meal I always learned to make if I forgot to take it out. Move, dog. And then I just pour this mixture over my chicken. Put it on high. Move. Smack the lid on it and forget about it. And that's how that works. Supper's on. So yeah, that's how I make my chicken and gravy in the crock pot. And I do a lot of crock pot cooking in the summer. It reduces the heat in my house, doesn't make my AC units increasingly work or have to work. You can do lasagna in the crock pot. I do meatballs, ribs, I do all kinds of things just in the crock pot. You can make anything you want really in a crock pot. I do have a New Wave oven air fryer. I'll use that probably too. A lot of that saves on how much heat, because I got a gas stove and it doesn't heat up your whole house. You should have seen me the other day baking pretzels, sweating so bad making pretzels. So we put in this starter jar, we put 50 grams of flour and 50 grams of spring water. We weighed the jar. The jar was 409. I should put that on here. So technically, that way when you go and do your thing tomorrow, your feeding, you can just set this all on the scale and subtract the 409 from it. And then you add your 1, which would be your starter amount, which is what was left in the jar after the 409 was subtracted from it. And then you feed it 2, which would be, no, give me a minute. It's math. Come on. 1, I did 50 and 50. So we want to do 100, 100, 100. No. 1. 1, 2, 2. So then you want to do no. We want to do equal parts. So it's 1, 1, 1, 1. We want to do. It'll probably be 100 grams of starter in the jar. So then you want to do 100 of flour, 100 of water. And then we'll feed it again. We'll look for bubbles. If we see bubbles, the next feeding we'll discard and do the 1, 1, 1, 1 again. And we keep doing that until we have major activity. I never do this feed ratio crud when I did my starter. I just had one set measuring cup and I used it. So this what I'm doing is what they properly teach you. We'll see how well that goes, because I'm not, I'm a rule breaker. I'm a rebel. I'm a rebel at this. I don't know if I can do that very long. That would drive me insane. Alright, bathroom break again. Water pill's working.
Is that you, Dad?
Hey, Steven. 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 No, it's at 12:30. Don't step in that hole if you can try to pick it up.
Father, are you alright?
Okay.
You, Dad?
Oh. Bathroom break accomplished. I'll try to refresh chat. Alright. Hey everybody, as you're coming in, please double tap the screen. If you haven't subbed to my channel, please sub to my channel. Double tapping will help this live. Please double tap. Show the love. I don't like the smell. I just don't like the smell of flour and water. They're two different distinct smells. I wish I could describe. Like this one does not smell like that does. But that's how it's supposed to smell. I like this smell over that smell. This Gertrude, in the beginning, I would go to discard and stir her, and oh my lord, it was like almost like a rotten egg sulfur smell, and I'm like, oh my god, this can't be right. Oh, this has got to be wrong. Oh, it wasn't. That was normal. It's part of the gas product that the bad bacteria is putting off. And the good bacteria is fighting it, so that smell is being released. It'll get past that stage, so at some point in your starter you will get a funky foul smell, but that does go away. It goes away. The things that you want to be careful of is like a pink mold, a maybe white mold, like mold, like fuzz mold. You'll know. If it's a liquid and it's like black, that's hooch. I do have a jar in my fridge that has hooch on it right now. The hooch is basically saying it's strong, or no, not strong. The hooch says I'm hungry, and the hooch also is a coating over the top that will protect your starter. So you don't want to just dump that out and unprotect your starter when it's in the fridge. Just leave the hooch there. And then when you plan on doing something with it, you can either pour off the hooch or stir the hooch in. The hooch will give it more of a sour flavor. So if you don't want it real sour, I would pour some of it off and then stir the rest in. But in the beginning, I wouldn't even worry about refrigeration storage of your sourdough. If you're starting from a jar like this, like I did here, this morning. You really don't want it in the fridge because you're trying to build your bacteria in the jar. You don't want to put it in the fridge. That'll slow it down. Just leave it out on your countertop or in an oven with the oven light on. Don't turn your oven on, just the oven light. And let her do her thing. Just let her get healthy and strong. When your discard is ready to be kept, you can store some of your discard in your fridge and keep it for later on, or use discard for discard recipes, which I do not do discard recipes very often, so I don't have much of that in my fridge for that. At one point, I had a whole jar, and I kind of broke it down because I don't need all this excess on hand. My jar does really well. I feed it enough to make my bread, and I only have little bits left in the jar that I maintain. I sure do tap her a lot, don't I?
And the sun miraculously woke. This doll was so strange. He loved eating wood from a young age. The Pizza Hut. I can too. So what are you doing? Dude, what does my tattoo say? Sweet. What about mine? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. What about mine? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. What about mine? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. What about mine? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. What about mine? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. What about mine? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. Idiot. Your tattoo says dude. Your tattoo says sweet. Got it? Dude, I can too. So what are you doing? Dude, what does my tattoo say? Sweet. What about mine? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. What about mine? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. Welcome back to Do More 101. We learned how. 1, 2, or 3. I want number 3. Go, bro. All right. 1, 2, or 3. Give me number 2. Are you cheating? All right. I'm gonna get that. You might be. 1, 2, or 3. I went 3 the first time. I went 2 the second time. I'm up to number 1, please. Okay. Yeah, you're not cheating. Ooh, this one's your utility. 1, 2, or 3. Utility. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go on number 2. Nice. I don't like the sound of that. And this is how much health you'll have. 1, 2, or 3. Okay, 1 has to stand for 1 HP, so I'm not gonna pick that. 2 has to be 200. 200, come on. Let's go. You're crazy, bro. And this is what you'll be fighting. 1, 2, or 3. Let's go number 1. Okay, nice. And this is how many of them you'll be fighting. 1, 2, or 3. Let's go number 3. Alright. Got it. Probably the best one you could have gotten. Mythic star. I'm gonna be Kira. I'm gonna be fine, Kira. Oh, you're crazy. Wait, ready?
I'm tired, Steven.
The Havoc or the
Yeah.
OG bomb. Are you ready for your heals?
Not like I want to sleep, but I'm like yawning left and right, dude.
Alright, your utility gets better. You got okay. A lump of coal. Wow. Yeah. That's nothing. Yeah, your last 2 picks, absolutely terrible. But no way. It might get better or health here. You picked number 2 because it stands for 200. HP. Wait, you got 1 HP. What? Yeah. Oh my god, no man. Yeah. Alright, so look, your last 3 picks have been absolutely terrible. There's no way you can get worse here, right? No, you're lying, right? You're lying. You can't get worse here. Like, you've done so bad so many times in a row. You can't be mad. But you still got all your ridiculous. Oh no!
We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. She's almost there.
This guy. Oh, nice.
I think about 1 o'clock, I think she'll be ready.
Maybe all hats. Crazed square attacks.
She's still a little bit domed, but you can see her starting to level out.
Circle vs square. Oh, he's unimpressed. Oh. Square snub circles. I want to see like this guy happy.
I'm like staring at her grow.
Is it yellow in all the squares? I think a good shot at it. Circle hates squares. Oh no, what is happening? Squares hate circles. What do I do now? Almost everyone hates everyone?
Hi, Emily. How are you? Welcome in.
Give the audience what they want, never!
We're waiting for Gertrude here to get to peak, and then we're gonna make some cheddar jalapeno and a double chocolate espresso with strawberry sourdough.
Be scared, be angry?
Right now, it's just a waiting game. If I would have done this last night, we've already been started.
Stop! Stop! The crickets! The poor innocent crickets and the two people that were in love trying to stop all the fighting. This guy.
Yes, they're two of my favorite.
Maybe all hats. Crazed square attacks. Oh no. He's sad. Oh!
Although, I might have a little dilemma.
Oh, he's unimpressed.
I'm gonna have to
Square snub circles. I wanna
try to see if I can log into my photos for my recipe for the double chocolate espresso.
I think a good shot at it.
Well, actually, I could go out and come back in to do it. Hi, Spice. We're getting close. She's almost there. You can see she's got a little bit more to go. Think about another half hour. I'll be able to start making bread.
You hand me a bowl.
I got chicken and gravy in the slow cooker.
A spoon, maybe.
The husband and son just got up a few minutes ago. I got my dishes all done. Making you hungry? I had a little snack. I had some of those pretzel bites that I made. My husband's eating a bowl of Lucky Charms. Their morning's just starting and it's almost 1 o'clock.
Is it?
Yeah. You made a smoothie? But I'm still hungry. My stomach feels a little hungry today, which is unusual. But it might be also because I'm sitting here thinking about it. Usually I'm up and moving around. Hi, Elisa. Welcome back. I had a frozen burrito and earlier, but I'm still hungry. You like Lucky Charms? I don't. It's too many marshmallows. I like the Golden Grams. That's my favorite cereal. Don't forget to double tap the screen. That double tapping helps my live. Yeah, that might help. Water will help. That always curbs hunger. Unless you're truly really hungry because you've been doing a lot of things.
Hey, don't overthink it. Number one,
I can't wear makeup. I have too many skin reactions. Hi Tay Tay, how are you? Sorry, I'm not looking directly at the camera. I got a phone in front of me so I could read the comments because it it it's so far away. So I'm looking at my other phone on the counter. My sourdough's almost to peak. She's still a little domed, but she's getting there. What I do is I'm warming this mat up, but not to where it gets real hot. So, do you like, Tay Tay, do you like, roti? Here I didn't care for it too much. We have a lot of, like, Farm and Fleets, Tractor Supplies, and, Home Depots and stuff. And a lot of the orders that I would get were massive, like, big pound weight orders. I think once in a blue moon we would see a script popped up. I didn't care for roti here. You're lucky. Save time and money. What's weird is the screen that I'm on is on a time delay, but not with the comments, so that's kind of good. The only issues I really have is that the higher paying gigs I never seem to get. Yeah, the scripts that we would see here would be like maybe $7, but they weren't very big ones. The big orders were like massive amounts of like feed and grain and yep, for sure. And then we get a few with tires. So I kind of didn't even do it, and I think I got booted out of it because I didn't take any. Now, do you have Instacart by you, Tay Tay? Do you do Instacart? I'm getting impatient, but this is the part that always bothers me when it's right there and you can't do nothing yet. Got signed up for it, and I've been on Spark waitlist for months now. Try changing your Spark location to another one. I applied, and then I changed where I applied to a different county, or yeah, a different county. And I got in quicker. It might be that your area is full, but you might find one area that's not. Because I know in where I'm at, which is Racine County, there's different locations of Walmarts. So I applied for the one that was in Burlington instead of Racine. Well, I applied at Racine, but then I applied at Burlington, and I got in pretty quick on the Burlington one.
This is getting Darth Vader upset, so the abusive party tries to kill me. My presence is a burden. Leave my team. Your defiance is short-sighted, Nick 830. You tread a dangerous path. One will soon.
Because I know my Walmarts, they got a lot of drivers out here for that.
I grow weary of your insolence, Nick 830. This is getting Darth Vader upset, so the abusive party tries to kill me. My presence is a burden.
Yep, that's probably, you might want to try doing that. You might get in there faster. And then you can always switch it back to the zone you want to go to. Yeah, a different city may not be as busy as the one you're currently in, and you'll get in there quicker. I did that. I applied here, and it was taking forever. So somebody told me try applying out at Burlington. So I did that, and I applied out at Burlington, and sure enough, I got in within like a week or two, and I just switched the zones to here. But I still haven't taken a Walmart Spark order yet, because I had that surgery on my arms and I've been kind of iffy about getting them cases of water. I use the same email. I just went back in there and changed where I applied to. No. I'm causing myself to yawn. I'm not tired. I started yawning and just because I'm not keeping busy.
Yeah.
And now I'm just constantly doing it. I'm not tired. Michael came in and said hi this morning. He got pajamas on and came in and said hi. I'm getting over and work on this now. Not quite yet. She's almost there. When I tap her, when I tapped her down, it will release bubbles and it looks like the surface is alive. Yeah, you can have another muffin. Just make sure you're throwing the wrappers in the trash can.
Yippee.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have known if somebody didn't say anything to me about it. I just know that them waiting lists could be awful. I think it took me forever to get on Grubhub. Then I get on it and I had surgery and I didn't take any orders on Grubhub and then Grubhub booted me. So it was like I had it and lost it. But it's no biggie to me because I don't think Grubhub gets a lot here. I stay more consistent on DoorDash. DoorDash shoots me more orders than any of the apps I have here right now.
Alright, hey.
Hmm. Fan
Yeah.
and directly through.
Yep.
And then when you're done, close the window.
Okay.
Your hair is so cute, Deb. I think I need to cut mine. I need to color mine. My roots are so gray. I need a haircut. I need like a trim. The ends need to get trimmed. And I yell all the time. I eat hair all the time. Cause I'll be trying to eat something and my hair will get in the way. I don't like having real. I'm used to getting it cut short, jaw length. So it's kind of long for me. I have a hair dye. It's just a matter of getting in the bathroom and coloring it. I want my husband to help me because I end up getting the dye all over on my forehead. And I use what's it called? Redken, I think that's what it's called, for shampoo and conditioner. I don't use any of the off shampoos. I use the name brand shampoo. There's too much wax in them and my hair gets greasy. Yeah, I'm not going to be carrying nowhere. Me either. I know you can refuse those orders and you can see them if they have water in it, but a majority of them have water. I do Uber with DoorDash during lunch. Unless I'm trying to build up AR, then I just use Uber during lunch until my AR is up enough. I don't know, I might just start a loaf. I think she's gonna be fine. The color I use is called Ruby Noir. It comes out like a cherry cola color. So right now, my hair is more dark color right now. They'll have more red tones to it. Is that somebody else's? I always think it's somebody else's hair. It's my freaking hair. I know my husband says don't cut it. But I need to get it trimmed. The ends need to get trimmed. And I usually get them trimmed just before I get it cut.
Which lightsaber would you choose? Maul Ventress lightsaber.
We're gonna move the chair. I'm gonna start this because I gotta heat water up for this. Ugh. Since we're doing two, I'm gonna do one in here, and I gotta turn my mat off. In here. I need that flour. And that flour. Be creative with your workspace. Okay, so I'm putting water into a glass measuring cup, and I'm heating it in my microwave for a minute and 10 seconds just to get it warm. And then I need my scale. Now put my cup behind me. I need the flat working surface. Turning my scale on. I'm gonna go over here because you guys should be able to see me as I'm doing this. We are gonna move this starter over. I talk to myself as I'm moving around. Second. So I'm putting my bowl onto my scale, and I'm going to zero out my scale. I need, in my recipe, 325 grams of water. And I'm taking that water I heated up. .325 grams of water. Next, I need 100 grams of active starter. So I'm going to zero out my scale. I'm putting in 100 grams of starter. That's 80. That is actually 100 grams of starter. Well, 109, but that's still good. Take it off the scale. You don't want to break your thing on there because you can break it. You stir it. And this is a $6 bowl from Walmart. I bought myself a new Danish dough hook. I had one with a kit that I had. You can use a fork. You don't have to buy one of these special. paper towel down so I don't make a mess. Then I bring it back to the starter, or the scale, sorry. I'm zeroing out my scale, flour. I use King Arthur all-purpose flour when I do my dough. I need 500 grams of all-purpose flour. This makes 1 loaf. We're getting close. $500 grams of flour. If you're off a gram or two, that is not a big deal. Then I go anywhere from 10 to 12 grams of salt. I zero out my scale. Seems like a lot, but then we're there. I did 10 grams. I'm getting my disposable shower caps out and ready. Now, you mix it till it's combined. It can get messy. That's enhanced the apron, but we're not doing that right now. When it seems like it's not going to mix, just keep going. Michael! I don't want to hear that word out of your mouth. Just keep mixing. You want to get all that flour mixed in. I have a rubber thing I'm going to use. Alright, so I'm going around like this until it's all mixed. As I'm going around, I'm scraping the sides of the bowl. It's going to become like a real shaggy consistency. Don't add more water. I know it's tempting. Don't. Alright, now I'm going to take my shower cap, and put it on the bowl. And she'll sit for an hour. Now we're going to start the chocolate dough. I'm going to clean up my hands and some of this excess dough here though. Trust me, you don't want this stuff down your drain. Alright. Extra Danish dough hook and thing for the next one. I have to get 100 grams of water. I'm going to do a little over. Well, that will work. That would have worked. I'm going to use the same water I had. And coffee. So I'm making coffee, yes. I have a Keurig machine.
Here, you gotta put this on the charger.
I can't at this moment. I'm in the middle of something, please.
Okay. Nobody. You want to come up here? Come on.
I pretty much so will brew enough coffee for this recipe. And then I need my bottle of water. This is the double chocolate espresso. I'm brewing up coffee enough to make 110 grams or 100 grams. 100 grams. Making 100 grams. Is it strawberry cake? No.
Come on.
Nice guessing though. Coffee's brewing. Alright, so I got my coffee. Need 100 grams of coffee. Oh shit. There we go. $50 grams of cocoa powder. And I'm using the good old fine great value cocoa powder because I couldn't get a hold of the Nestle I usually use.
What is that song?
There we go. Then $40 of brown sugar. Don't forget to zero out your scale. It's 60 grams. I'm sorry. Splash of vanilla. I just did a splash. I don't do a lot. And then you mix it really good. You're gonna make like this chocolatey mixture. I'll show you it. Remember, you used really hot coffee because it was brewed. And you're gonna let this sit for a little bit. And then I gotta actually kind of back out of here and check my recipe because I can't remember how much water I gotta add. So it might pause live a minute. So I just mixed that real well. And it's gonna look like a thick, like liquidy chocolate, you know? Alright. Now, it's going to pause you as I'm going in to check my recipe. So, give me 1 second. No. Yeah, I can't find it. Yeah, I can't find it. We're going to play this by ear, dude. We're going to do 300 grams of water. Well, we did 100 with the coffee. I think it was 325. I do believe it was 325. So now that's got to sit and I call steep. So basically build up that chocolate flavor. I'm going to refresh the comments just in case because I backed out. There we go. All right, while this is steeping, I have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Frickin's mission failed. Jade called a
Did you
meeting.
beat this game yet?
My opportunity to finally
You beat it? Yeah.
his identity.
Okay.
I just love how this game is made.
Yeah, you like it a lot?
Yeah, it's like, it's the aspects like from 2016 to 2015.
Okay.
It's still a pretty good game, right?
Yeah. Yeah. If you're playing it for a second time, it's gotta be a good game.
Yeah, look, that bridge.
Yeah.
That bridge. Really fucked up.
Yeah.
It's probably because the virus. They could have just crossed that bridge.
Yeah.
To no bridge. But humans got over it, right?
I don't know.
Stupid. Like, they should have a quarantine zone
Yeah.
to find out if they're human.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Do-do-do-do-do.
And I know what the symptoms are. Symptoms are starting like normal, basic, diarrhea,
Yeah.
like normal disease. Like normal, right? And it starts getting, and you start,
Alright.
you start to cough like a normal cough, but then it's gonna be infected by
Alright, so now
and then you might get infected. But they have air. It suppresses the virus, but not totally cures the virus.
I'm going to use my scale again.
Helps you not dying
Yeah.
to infection. The people that are bit with the virus have to have antibodies.
We're going to try 250. No, it's 325. I really believe it is. 325. Take off your scale. Mix it around. Now, this bowl you guys can't really see in, but I don't have another clear glass bowl, so put it back on the scale. Zero it out. Here comes the fun part. Using the last of my Gertrude here. We need another 100 grams of starter. Good enough. And as you can see, I used a majority of that starter today. I will scrape that down later, and I will scrape it down, and now you mix the starter in like you did with the other one. Smells so good though. If you guys could smell this chocolate one. put your bowl back on, zero it out. Now, waste not, want not, we need 500 grams of flour. All purpose again. I hate new bags of flour opening them. Alright. We're at 131. Let's keep going.
This is weird. There's stuff in the drop. That's the weird part. No, it's
Went a little bit over. That's right on. Alright. Oh, nope. One more thing. Salt. You need at least 10 to 12 grams of salt.
I'm stupid. It should have been here. Not over there, right?
There she is.
Look at that drop. See that first drop?
And I use sea salt. You can use pink salt.
Which right? Should be around.
I use sea salt. Now the scale comes out. Turn the scale off. And I'll put it up because we don't need it anymore. And then mix it rooney. This dough is a little bit more sticky, but trust the process. Oh, my nose, my hair tickle in my nose. You want all the flour mixed in. I'll show you as soon as I get it done.
Other side.
I have another dough scraper, bench scraper, or whatever you want to call it. Get as much as you can off the whisk. And it's going in a cup of water to soak. Because I don't need that whisk anymore. Scrape down the sides of your bowl.
Where is it? Oh, I see.
We're going by the bridge.
Okay.
We're going by the bridge. So I shouldn't be here right now, but it's that nighttime, so I might.
That's what it looks like. And now these gotta sit for 1 hour. They sit for like 1 hour, and then we start flopping and folding. And that's done every 45 minutes, up to 3 flop and folds, I call it. I'm gonna pick this up real quick. Yes, I put my flour in a Walmart bag. Less of a mess. Otherwise you get flour all over in your cabinet.
See, if you go this way.
Yeah.
That's because I have to get the color stick.
That's all.
And a lot of the ingredients I will put in during the flip and folds. And I'm going to set an alarm. Hopefully I'm not. Maybe we'll come over a little bit. Alright, so that process is done. I'm going to set an alarm. Hello, Moto. Where's your alarm system?
No.
Settings. Where does settings? I don't want that. Like, see, I'm not used to the Moto phone. This is my son's phone. Clock. Timer. 1. Oh. 1 hour. And then I'm going to hit play. Alright, so timer will go off in 1 hour. Put my YouTube back on here. Let's go around. And I am. Let's try this.
And they can smell your blood. Someone bites you, they can smell your blood. Who didn't get detected?
I can't figure this one out.
They have a vision, like they have a not quite full vision. You have to be careful. I be careful, I go over here. Then you have the tower. So you should run around.
There it is.
Until you find your
Okay, there we go.
Plays ×2, and I was safe. That was good. I can't shoot. We're in a safe zone. I could kill her, but I couldn't. I tried to do it, but I couldn't.
Alright, so there now I can shoot for a balancing point. There we go. So now I sit in an hour, the dough will rest and relax, and then we got to start flop and folding it. Now, for this part, I'm going to turn this on.
They're just trying to kill.
I want it at 80 degrees. I personally don't care right now. This mat is on. And now it's a waiting game for this to flop and fold. And I'll show you guys each how I do the flop and folds. Now the chocolate one is a little bit more stickier. And that's okay by me. Let's see. That'll be fine. I just got here, so it's a little darker. It's okay. I do my inclusions on this one. The jalapeno cheddar, I'll do in the mix and fold. And then on the chocolate one, I do the strawberries on the mix and fold. And the last mix and fold on it, I'll add chocolate chips because I don't want them to melt. I kind of want them to stay solid as much as possible. And then on both of them at the shaping, I'll add a little bit more inclusions too. I bought this kit
The GRE is in America.
that came with these silicone Benettons. I really like these ones.
Oh, this fucking means.
But I got kind of curious and bought these ones, which are a wood pulp one. I'm not sure if I'm fond of these ones, really, to be honest with you. I'm so used to these ones. So far, these ones are my favorite. They say with these wood pulp ones, I don't need to use a liner on them. I don't have to on the silicone either, but I do. I like it that way. How is the dough going? I have 2 of them mixed. I'll show you. Here's the chocolate. It's kind of shaggy. It's got to sit for an hour. And the chocolate one's more of a sweeter. I always have this problem with these shower curtains, or shower caps. Shower curtains. That's funny. Putting them back on the bowl. I shouldn't have done that. Might have to get a new one. There we go. This one I don't have as much. And there's the plain. This is actually a plain loaf. It's shaggy right now. It's got to sit. What you're doing is letting the dough build strength right now. So you're going to let it sit. And then in an hour, we're going to do what is called stretch and folds, which is going to build up your gluten structure in the dough. And you do a set of 4. You're going to go in and do 4 corners, as I call it. You go in one way, flip it, turn the bowl, flip it. But you're going to stretch it in the process, but not as much to tear it. You'll see when I get to that point if you're still here. But it's not hard. And actually, some people kind of call it therapeutic because you can go in there and be aggressive with the dough. But also, at this point, we're going to start adding inclusions. I need to mix this because I want the jalapenos and cheddar to be mixed up well.
Grab me a water. You grab me a water.
In a second. In everybody's pathway.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm liking my kitchen too much.
Why?
Because everybody needs to get through.
Did you know your chair leans back?
What chair?
Your chair.
Yeah, I don't ever lean back though.
Yeah, I know, right? I didn't know that.
Uh-huh.
I thought someone said my chair.
Ooh. Hot child in the city. Looking young and looking pretty. So I just stirred around my cheese and my jalapenos, so when I go to put them in the dough, they're a little bit more mixed around. And then at the end, when I do my shaping, I'll take what I have left and put it inside the mixture. But me putting it in with the stretch and folds kind of gets it into the dough.
Why are we switching seats?
And everybody does theirs different. I mean, you're gonna watch other people doing it and stuff, but everybody does theirs different. Like me, I'm a rebel. I really am a rebel at it. But I've also been putzing with it since been doing sourdough since January. I'm gonna wipe that down. When you flour your Benetton, you want to use rice flour. It won't suck up everything from like flour. The dough will just suck up the flour. It doesn't suck up the rice flour. So right now the dough is doing its thing. You're letting your starter activate with the mixture. Whew. Hey Steven.
What?
Smell your blanket and let me know if it's okay.
Okay.
It's on the couch.
I'll get to it in a little bit.
And in a little bit, if you could switch the clothes from the washer to the dryer.
Okay.
I'm kind of a little at awe to go down there at the moment.
Okay.
Just don't forget to put a couple dryer sheets in. I always try to clean up my mess as I go along too, so you guys are aware. Oh shoot. I don't want the volume on. It'll echo. And I need my thing. I gotta scrape that stuff down. This is my handy dandy spatula that I always use for scraping down. Again, this is my dough, nobody else's. Try to get my jar as clean as I possibly can. And that's all I have left for starter in my jar. Enough to keep refueling it for my next set. And I will not feed this right now. I will not feed it till tomorrow because she had already been fed. She goes in there until tomorrow, and then I'll feed her tomorrow.
You want me to take the TV over?
Don't stop. Just stop. You
Hey guys. I hate OCD anxiety. Do-do-do-do. And we're gonna have a little seat. All right. Now, if you wanted to do the aliquot method, after this sits for the hour, you would take a temperature of your dough, and there is a measurement guide you can find for what the temperature of the dough is how many grams you would put in this little cup here. And you would put that many grams of dough in there, and you set it in with your dough. And throughout your dough process, you wait until that dough hits the top of your cup. When the dough hits the top of the cup, because you're going to have it in with your dough mixture, then it's bulk fermented and it's ready to be shaped. So I'm actually going to do that today, I think, because I'm not familiar with my temperatures now that it's summer. I have a little digital thermometer. It's a little meat thermometer. I'm actually gonna look it up real quick, the aliquot method. eloquent method for the chart. Adequate method chart. Adequate method chart.
Kareem, I'm here.
Make sure they see you and know who you are. You don't want to sneak up on them. That's a good way to get your wallet.
Wish me luck, kid.
Good luck, brother. You're going to need it.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Here to see Rice. Brecken sent me. Come to make a deal. Kinda make with Rice, not with his flunkies.
So that's kind of what it would look like. Let me see if I can get it. So it would look like that. So in an hour, I'm going to take the temperature of my dough, and then it'll tell me how much to put in the cup. You're going to need your scale for that. Oh, blurry, man.
You have the look of the counterpart. What do you want? We're here to make a deal. Desperate times. And what do you offer in return? Your services? Your loyalty? Perhaps I should take a
Ooh-wee.
talk to Kareem.
Uh-oh, somebody said something. I gotta go and look. Hold on. Love the clock in the background. You know, you and Cheeks both like the clock. That's well, you know who Cheeks is. Yeah, he said the same thing. We are currently waiting for the timer to go off to start flopping folds.
That's the problem. You can't take guns in this game.
Hi, Brittany. How are you?
But there is a way.
I'm looking at another phone so I can see the text because I'm pretty far away from this one.
But it's just stupid, and there's no shot. That's the thing. I have to find myself.
Okay, well, now I can't. That just is great.
Guns are really rare.
Gemini, restart my phone.
Because guns are rare in Iran and the world is fully because of the GR. Keep going forward. Go here. Keep going.
Gotta restart this phone. Love o'clock in the background. Hey Deb. Hey Brittany. I'm I'm good but sick. Oh, I hope you feel better. I'm doing good. I've been on almost 6 hours and 53 minutes doing sourdough. I just put the starter aside now, and I got my two doughs going. I got double chocolate espresso strawberry sourdough, and then I'm going to be doing a jalapeno cheddar.
Taking my fan.
Okay, well, I just plugged it in, so I don't know if it'll
What are
work.
you doing too?
Yeah, I'm doing jalapeno cheddar and a sweet one. I
Okay.
thought I'd do one of each.
Okay.
I did the double chocolate one
Okay.
because I like that one. That's like one of my favorites. And the jalapeno cheddar is too. So,
Okay.
yeah.
You on live?
Yep, still live. Been on live for almost 7 hours.
Oh wow.
Kind of crazy. And drank a whole thermos of tea. Thank you. Felt amazing yesterday. Drained and cleaned the garage, and then bam, my throat felt funny and I was out for the count. Oh, I got sick. I had surgery last year around May, and literally like a month after I had surgery, I got a virus and I was so sick. Was it May? Oh, I scratched my nail. That's dope. Yeah, I think it was May 17th. I had my arm surgery and I got sick. Like not even a week after. So here I am recovering from my arm surgery, and I got really sick with a virus. But I finally had gotten put on antibiotics, and that stuff is gone. I have a 9-year-old, and they tend to bring home what everybody else brings to school. And of course, us adults end up catching it. And a lot of times we get it way worse than what they get. This phone keeps going in and out. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but it's okay. I'll have to just keep an eye ahead of me. I'm going to pour myself a glass of tea. I'm going to take my paper towel holder out of here, though. Make sure I check my battery. We're good. Gotta recharge the tea. I subbed in kindergarten Thursday, so I am guessing that's where I picked it up. It is possible. Kids are like, as I always say, walking germ boxes. I will have to pick up more tea. Getting low on the tea. I have an 8 and 10-year-old too. Oh, I got one. I got a 9-year-old. I had my husband had 2 children before me, so one passed away, but he has the other one. So I have a stepson. His daughter passed away. And I got my son, which is 9. He's a good boy. I didn't want kids, but it happened. he was a blessing. I don't look my age, but I just turned 50 in November. She's in a better place. She was handicapped. She was born with a disability. Her life expectancy was to be 5 years old, and she lived until she was 17. So she outlived what she was supposed to. Yeah, I'm 50. I'll be 51 in November. I had my son. I was 39 when I had him, and then a few weeks after I had him, I turned 40. He caused me high blood pressure, though. I've been dealing with high blood pressure with him. Okay. I missed the 30s. But that's when everything starts to hurt, is in the 30s. 20s are great. 30s start to hurt. 40s really hurt. 50s, oh my gosh. I feel my age, that's for sure. I can't bend down and squat in front of my cabinet. I've done that numerous times, and I found that my knees lock and hurt real bad, and I can't get back up, and I'm yelling for help. Sometimes I forget I can't do those things anymore. Michael, what are you doing? So I've been live now 7 hours and 32 seconds. We're surviving. We're kicking it. And my timer says 29 more minutes and we're going to start slapping the dough. That's the fun thing. I love doing that. You got to do 3 sets of them. Kind of think I screwed up a little bit. No, it'll be fine. My mat's not extreme. You will go up maybe 2 more degrees. I want to keep my dough at a certain temperature because then I may not have to do the bulk ferment. Oh yeah, I got up at 5 a.m., took my shower, had my coffee, got dressed, and went live. This process takes forever. Well, it wouldn't if I would have fed my starter last night. If you feed your starter at night and wake up in the morning, you're able to start doing this process that I'm doing now. If you feed it in the morning, you gotta wait for it to rise and then get ready to peak before you can use it. So it really isn't a process. It just depends on when you feed your starter. And since I fed it this morning, it's been a long process. But everybody needed to see that. And we also started a fresh starter today. I'm going to do videos on the step I do with it every day to maintain keeping up with that starter. And then I'm going to gift that starter to a friend. Because I definitely don't need 2 starters. I don't have a micro bakery. This is just something I do for fun. Well, for ourselves at home. I made pretzel bites the other night. Those were really good. I got them in the freezer. And I could pull out whatever I want and heat up what I want. Today would have been a good day to make cookies. My house isn't that hot. I could have turned the oven on and got away with it. And this is the new starter, and it needs a name yet. I got one name already that was shouted out. I need one more name, and then next Sunday we're gonna do a poll to name our starter. Because by the time Sunday comes around, she'll be alive to have a name. So we gotta do that. So if anybody has like a name they want to shout out, the first one we got was Gracie. So let's see what the second name will be. My current doe I call Gertrude. So if anybody has a second name for the starter, that would be great. And then we could do a poll on next Sunday and we'll see which one wins and we'll name the starter that. Sorry, my husband's coughing. He's doing his herbal essence. Hey everybody, as you're jumping in, if you haven't, please double tap the screen. It will be greatly appreciated. It also helps my live. If you haven't subbed, you can do that too. It doesn't cost you anything. Gotta put away clean dishes soon. Michael?
What?
I hear that word and I'm gonna put you in a corner. Knock it off. I got sourdough on my hands. It's not a comfortable sensation. Got sourdough on my skin. Okay, so I gotta wait for that. Then in a little bit, I'll wash my dishes. Again. Oh, got a come over more. Note to self, get a pillow for the chair. Drink a lot of iced tea. I am making sourdough. This one's a chocolate one. You can't kind of see it. I don't want to take the plastic off right now. It's sitting, and in a little bit, I'm going to do the stretch and folds on it. How was your day so far? Are you alone with that carpet? I'm done with carpet today. I will proceed to finish cleaning the rest of the carpet next Saturday. I did my hallway and I did part of the living room. I had to wait for the other part to dry so I can move the furniture where it was dry. Nope, not door dashing, nope. I should have. I could have brought the dough with me and stretch and folded it while I was out dashing. I gotta refresh this chat in here. There we go. The chat freezes, but I got my son's phone that I'm actually reading off of. It is your first time here. Welcome in. Let's see, we have 19 minutes and we'll be starting some slap and folds or stretch and folds. And then I'm also going to be adding inclusions at that point. One of them being strawberries into the chocolate one. I remember. I am not a housewife. Actually, well, kinda. You can say that. My husband's disabled and I stay home. I take care of him. And I get paid to do so. I do clean house. So, kinda, yeah. I DoorDash for fun money. And I don't DoorDash on weekends. I just dash during the week. It's not easy. It really isn't. I feel like giving up on some days, but we make it. We survive. Thank you. You hear my husband talking to our dog.
Come here, puppy. Bacon time. Where's your toy? Where's your toy?
Don't forget to double tap
Yeah,
the
there you
screen.
go.
That helps my live a
Here's your
lot.
toy. Come here. Come on, Lincoln. Lincoln. Where's the toy?
Don't give up. Maybe the service you do for your family will be your path to heaven. Awesome. Thank you. I always stay positive. There's days that you don't, but I always try to look at it. It can only get better. I mean, everybody has bad days. I just choose not to dwell on them, if that makes sense. Been a long day. I've been on live now 7 hours, 14 minutes, and 53 seconds. Once I get this dough with the inclusions and in its Benetton, I'm probably going to end the live at that point.
That is
Because then it's supper time. I got chicken and gravy going in the slow cooker, and then I got to make potatoes and a veggie and it is. It would have been shorter if I did my feeding of the starter last night, but I wanted everybody to see that process. So I'm in Wisconsin. Where are you from? Germany. My sister was born in Germany. She was born on the military base there. Wiesbaden? I can't remember. Around Frankfurt, around there. I think that's what my sister has it on her birth certificate. I can't remember. I don't see her that often to remember her birthplace. I just know Germany. And I was told I was ordering off a German menu when I was a little kid. That's it. That's exactly it. Wiesbaden. Yes. My sister was born there. I was born here in the States. I was born in Fort Hood, Texas on the military base. Okay. However, for the purposes of this video, I'm going to go in at a level of just 2 with almost no skills unlocked, only armed with the basics. My grandparents came from Denmark. Just like the main campaign. Well, my grandma came from Denmark, not my grandparents. My grandma. My grandma married my grandfather, which was from here. I'd seen it all before and just wanted to get cracking. The first thing you've got to do is make your way out of the sewer and into the countryside. You've got to climb across to that column of rock. I'm looking at both cameras. I'm not like trying to make faces. Using your survivor sense shows that it's only 279 meters away. But the only way to get down there from up here is to basically dive into the water below. Once you climb down to dry land and follow the path of the farm, you'll see a hunting tower by it. I wish I could remember it, but I was like little when I was there. I think I was like 3, so I don't remember much of it. If you tried 4 turns but still haven't found the sweet spot, then the pick will break. But if you back out before then, I'm now 50, so that was quite many years ago. Which of course is still pretty weak, but it's still double the damage of the pipe I had up to that point.
And as the zombies in the following are far more dangerous than the ones in the beginning of the slums, give me half a chance if they all came after me. It's easy to forget that the character I'm using on this new save has very little stamina or skill, so really avoiding the zombies is the only way on the way to the farm, as you'd struggle to survive a crowd of them. Once getting to the farm and climbing
You're
over
going to be
the thing, it's
31
just a
in
case
July.
of
I'm going to be
shooting
51 in November.
to trigger the first mission. Again, it's possible to skip all the conversations, and after speaking with Khan,
I don't look my age. I get told it all the
location
time.
I'm heading to is around 2 kilometers away, so the buggy will make that trip much quicker and is really a must. However, it's not going to be that easy.
Yep,
There's a
1974.
load of zombies between me and the buggy, and as I've said, they're way more dangerous than the ones in the first assignment. These ones can turn into virals when you get too close to them, and they will chase you down, so I intended to steer well clear of them. And on top of that, the buggy, when you get there, is being guarded by a large group of bandits.
That makes me feel real old.
If I tried to fight them head on, then my weak class character would be dead in seconds. So stealth was really the only option here. I had done this in a previous video though, and it's just a case of climbing onto the pipes to go over the wall. And once you're inside, you just got to creep around from the back of this building, and then simply make a dash for the car before they know what's going on. I took a couple of hits, but floored it out of there, and after crashing through the gate, I was safe, because the bandits don't follow you. You can see them angrily running around on the minimap, but for
Sure
some reason
does.
they're all stuck inside the compound, so it's a pretty easy getaway. So now I had the buggy, it was time to get the shotgun. I opened the map to place a waypoint.
I feel exhausted and I didn't really do much but sit here on the camera for God knows when.
The thing I was after is this one right down near the dam. Once you've dropped a waypoint, pressing survivor sense every time you need to get your bearings is, one way of getting there, but a good tip is to follow the railway track southwards. The ride's a bit bumpy along the road, but as long as you're careful, the buggy should survive despite being bog standard. And there's plenty of fuel in the tank to get all the way there too. After a few minutes, you come to this point where the overpass crosses the rail line. The tunnel's collapsed here, so you've just got to take a detour around to rejoin the tracks on the other side. After that, it's not long before the line is blocked again, but it makes it
Never enough, especially when we're young.
right on the way.
What time is it there by you? It is 2:23 p.m. here.
My fuel gauge was flashing on empty, so I only just made it. That was the least of my worries though, because all this noise had now attracted the attention of virals. So I knew that I was going to have to take care of these guys. I wasn't in danger really, because as soon as I stepped out of the buggy, they were on me. And guess what? I'd forgotten to equip the stronger pipe from the hunting tower. They were doing real damage to me, and I was doing hardly any to them.
21, 24. Oh, it's late. Okay.
That was another oversight. Finally, I took care of the last one, and I was now able to enter the compound safely. You can get in there through
I feel like it's that late right now.
building on the right behind that truck. The door's got a hard
But I've also been up since 5 a.m.
by using the trick I showed you.
So
The first thing I did though when I got in there was grab some balls to make a med kit. I just didn't want to get jumped again because I really didn't want to die after doing all this. That would have been well annoying. Right, all you need to do now is turn left and head towards the end of the garage. As soon as you get around the side of this truck, you'll see this really weird looking vehicle. It's actually an Easter egg. There's kind of a nod towards the Mad Max movie.
thank you.
But if you look a bit closer, you'll see the real prize come into view.
8 minutes and then we're gonna do some stretch and folds. I'm gonna show the sides of the bowls, how the bubbles are on it.
Is a hell of a lot. Of course, shotguns become much more powerful later in the game, but believe me,
My
this
silicone
will do really high damage to
here.
zombies back at the start of the main campaign. That's not everything though. You look around the back of the vehicle, there's a ladder down into the maintenance bit. Climbing down into it and looking up
Any
reveals a
hobbies
secret
apart from the kitchen work? I used to do crocheting and knitting, but my vision, I can't see very good. As you can tell, I'm having to look at another phone. My vision isn't as good as it used to be, so I can't even see to do it anymore. Otherwise, my hobbies are just the kitchen.
But if I just quit to the main menu now, select play, and then the main campaign save, you'll see what's actually happened here.
I have glasses, but my puppy chewed them.
The first assignment is still the active quest. All I need to do now is jump over the wall and back into the street to reveal that the semi-automatic shotgun is still in my loadout as it was when we just quit the following, proving that anything you find in the following DLC will stay in your inventory and can therefore be carried across back into the main campaign. Of course, this thing's going to
Why
make
is this
things a
not
little bit
connected?
unfair on these poor
We'll do that later.
zombies because it's going to make mincemeat of them.
My alarm's gonna go off in a second, and then we're gonna start doing the stretch and fold process.
Pretty much just liquefy their heads at this point.
Yeah, he is a very naughty puppy, but he's a chewer, and we got him toys. But when you're not paying attention is when he does the bad things. So he wants 100% attention, is what it is. But all I really need the glasses for are readers. So I just got to find out what strength reader I need and get that. You can come up in a minute, princess. You can come up in a minute.
Dad, did you just see that?
I'm gonna pull my chair out of the way because I gotta wash my hands. I was just petting my dog.
I almost bite it, but I hit it, and then I grabbed it onto the floor.
So I just washed my hands. I'm gonna put my phone here. We're gonna bring this dough. I'm gonna show you. You can see all the bubbles in there. That's a good sign. I think I'm going to wait on the stretch and folds on adding my inclusions on this one. And I have a spray gun for my hands. And you just go in, you want to bring up the dough enough, but you don't want to tear it. Bring it up, you don't want it to tear. And you're going to do that all four sides. And then that's it. And then I'm going to take the temperature of my dough.
Alright, Michael. You gonna play your
She's
game
about
or I'm gonna take it away?
Why?
83.
I was just playing with the
I'm going to do 40 in my cup grams of starter.
That's what I was saying. You sound like a crybaby.
I'm going to weigh my cup.
You are a fucking crybaby. You don't just sound like it. You are.
And I'm going to take a pinch of my dough.
That's what you
All
sound
you do.
Yeah, that's what
Cry
all
like a
you
baby.
do. So cry like a baby. Ooh, Dad in trouble.
You guys are terrible. Gotta love father, son.
You're a fucking crybaby.
Dude! I'm on a live. Stop.
Okay.
Hey! I'm gonna give you one in a minute.
Ooh, we both in trouble.
So I put about 40 grams in this little cup. Seal the lid. And I'm gonna put it down in my dough like that. Are your glasses included in health insurance? Yes, but only with a certain eye doctor, and they're always booked. his dad is actually giving him the crap to make him do that. So, that's why I'm not really going AWOL. And when he gets a bad trucker mouth, his dad's gonna really regret that. Alright, this is my chocolate one. I'm not going to add my inclusions yet. I'm going to do my method here real quick. Let me get some of the white dough off my fingers. Always wet your hands. And then it's the same thing. Up. She's a little bit more fluffier than my white dough. You bring it up. Bring it up. One more time. Now this one, I'm gonna clean some of the dough off my hands before I do my cup. Take my temperature. It's about 85. About 40 grams of dough. It's called the aliquot method. It ensures your bulk fermentation is done before you shape. And then I put her in. Clean my fingers off again before I touch that. This dough's a little bit more stickier than the other one. Then I put the shower cap back on. And she will sit for another 45 minutes before I do the next set. I hear you, Nicole. It's gonna go off for a minute. My hands are in water, Steven. I know. I'm very well aware. All right, we turn that off. And then I clean my hands off really good because that dough gets sticky. And you don't want it stuck anywhere where it could pull hair and... Now it's another 45 minutes. And we do the process one more time, but then we're going to add our inclusions into it. So let's set the timer for 45 minutes. There we go. All right. I'm going to do a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Yeah, it is a whole other level. Dough making is fun process. Bread, or making bread is. Okay, I'm back. Now, my chocolate dough, because it's a sweeter dough, is more fluffier than my white dough. But that's okay. She'll rise. I think my cat is by my stand. Hold on. Hey. I'm just hoping you don't jump up here. I have 2 cats, 2 dogs, and a bird. So I have Noah's Ark. We just need one more bird, and they come 2 by 2. No more children though. I'm done having children. I love my furry friends. I'm not getting any more furry friends though. Furry and feathery friends. Um, 3 of my animals are rescue, and 2 of them are not. Oh, this one's really lacking. Let's try this. I'm gonna close out that app on this phone. And bring it back. I see that a thing popped up, but you gotta give me a second to get in there and read it. You have a merciful heart. My father's words when I was little is I have a sucker for a furry face. And it's true, because when I was a kid, you know, you go down the street and there'd be like little kittens and stuff that a wildcat had, and I would be bringing them home. I just had a sucker for a furry face. But our newest addition was the beagle. We had a dog before the beagle, and it was my nephew's dog, and he came and took it back. So my husband was attached to that dog, replaced it with the beagle. If the temps are like this tomorrow, after I get the tires on my car, I might make cookies for the family. You had a shepherd dog? Those are nice. They use those a lot here with the police force. A lot of the canine units are shepherds. kind of tired. It's been a day. That thing as big as a donkey. No joke. I had to sell it to a farm in the end. Wow. You stay down there. No. No, I know what you're thinking. No. My cat will try to jump up on my countertop, and I don't want him up here. He's trying to figure it out, and I'm not going to allow it. My cat is a Bengal cat.
Well, you are going to make the following DLC today.
Yeah, they are. And he don't care what's on my counter, what I'm doing on my counter. He will hop up there. And I knock him down and tell him no. What I should do is use my spray gun on him. My little water gun.
So guns are kind of hard to come by, but if you are, then travel to this location after completing the gas stop quest. That requires you to run across the entire city just to
Water. I gotta fill that too tonight.
ending with Jeff going out of a hot fire.
And then my bird, that's a parrot. It's a little mini like parrot. It's a green cheek conure. I did not go to college. I finished high school, but I did go to school for a CNA degree. But it wasn't like a college degree. Associate degree. 2 years. Okay. I didn't, I had a hard time in high school, and my teacher, I was struggling to pick up on some of the stuff in math, and I asked the teacher for help, and the teacher says, I don't have time for you. I have all these other kids. And it really broke my heart, and I cried. I went home crying to my mom. My mom took me to the school, to the principal's office, and argued with the principal about it. And they were agreeing with the teacher. And my mom's like, well, they're here to learn. And if you're not going to teach them to learn, then why is she here? And my mom gave me the option to go to work either full-time or work or go to school and deal with it. So I ended up dropping out and working full-time. And I think it wasn't a good option my mother gave me, but I wouldn't be where I'm at. I did go back and get my GED. And I then went on and became a CNA. So I got where I needed to be. It was meant to be the way it did. No, is that what you have? No, a CNA is just a certified nursing assistant. It's just a program at the school where you get your certificate to do. It's not skilled nursing. Like I don't get to hand out medicine. I don't get to do certain things. I only like a CNA. They can, they change you. They help feed you. They bathe you. They do the grunt work of the nurse. Yes, assistant nurse. No associate, no, nothing like that. Hi Heather, how are you? White points here from your live.
Like Rice is a major dog, yes. Number one flunky at the very least. Who are you sending me to fix some antennas for Rice?
We just did stretch and folds, the first stretch and fold. And I'm doing the aliquot method where it's got the cup in it and it tells you when your dough is able to be shaped. And then my next set of stretch and folds, which is in 33 minutes, I'm going to be adding inclusions. And one of them is the jalapeno and cheddar, and the other one is going to be the double chocolate espresso sourdough with strawberries. So I got 2 sourdoughs going. And I've been live since for 7 hours, 45 minutes, and 16 seconds.
What exactly am I doing?
And we need a second name for the second starter now. I'm gonna do a poll next Sunday. The first name was Gracie, which Mary Giggs came up with. I need a second name, and then we're gonna do a poll, and the poll that wins, then it'll be named that the starter. Did you read from assistant nursing, or did you do something else? Yeah, you can kind of say I retired from it because I do in-home healthcare, which is similar, but I'm doing it in-home and I don't need a CNA license to do it. And I do that taking care of my husband because he's disabled. So I actually still get paid to do the same thing I did before, and I'm making more money than I did before. And I'm doing it out of my own home, taking care of my husband. My husband was in a motorcycle accident in 20. What year was the motorcycle accident, Steven? Steven! I think he fell asleep. Let me check. Steven, what year was your motorcycle accident? Okay. My husband's accident was in 2013, and he didn't have a helmet on, and he hit pavement, and so he has memory issues. He injured himself pretty good. The memory issues are a big thing. Like, he can't be left alone home, or he could probably start the house down on fire. So I do that, and then I do the DoorDash on the side because my hours last year got cut significantly. This year they went back up, so I think they were doing like budget cuts and stuff, and with COVID being over, and his budget got cut significantly. So all I'm gonna share is I went from 40 hours to 18 hours, if that makes sense. He was on the freeway, and he was going I think it was like 55 miles an hour, and hit a pothole. He was knocked clear out of his shoes, dislocated and broke the bone that holds the arm and socket. Managed to pick up the motorcycle, walk it to the nearest gas station with blood coming down his face. And somebody asked him if he needed help. He was like, nope, and just kept walking. And when he got to the gas station, they called the rescue. I remember being there when they put the arm in. They could not get his arm in socket at the ER. And he was screaming and hollering. They actually had to call an orthopedic in to put his arm in the socket. I've been through some accidents, but not one that serious. Yeah, it was rough. It was a rough one. I was actually getting, I was taking a test for my Serve Safe class, which is to where I could serve food. I was an assistant manager for Rocky Rococo's at that time, which is a pizza place. And I had to go through my Serve Safe class, and I was there, and his mother had contacted me. I finished my testing and then went straight home. I had to help take care of his daughter while his mom was there, and then we switched out. And they were trying to put his arm in socket for a long time. He was just screaming. And it was weird, like I got there and they gave him some kind of medication and he was out for like 2 minutes for them to put it in, and he came right back to. And then after they put his arm in, he had a gash on his head. They released him to go home, and he had to go back. I think it was like in a few days, and they had to do surgery and put screws in the shoulder to hold the bone that holds the arm in place. Couldn't you sue the state for this? You said it was pothole, right? Aren't the roads under jurisdiction? This is the thing. When my husband had the accident, you have to go to school to drive motorcycles here. I don't know if it's the same there. He didn't do that, so he didn't technically have a license. So that's why he did what he did. So I don't know how far he would have got suing the state not having a motorcycle license. He had just bought the motorcycle, so he hadn't gone through the stuff to have the license for that. Yeah, he couldn't. What he did was stupid. So all right, well, thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for keeping me entertained and talking to me. You have a good night. Get some good rest, because I know it's about that time. Oh, okay. All right, I get it. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. You know, we've come a long ways. That was 2013. This is 2025. So we were younger then. My neighbors are yelling pretty good. Oh yeah, me and my husband have been together since 2007 is when we met. We got married August 4th of 2014. So we've been together quite a long time. And it hasn't been a smooth road, but we're still fighting it, so it's good. I'm trying to. Oh yeah, she got some bubbles. That's good. That's a good sign. Try to show you. So you can see some bubbles on the bottom. Let me bring her to you. You see. You see all the bubbles? That's a good sign. I can't show you on the other bowl because it's not see-through. That's why they always tell you when you're doing sourdough to use a clear bowl because you can see the signs of the sourdough. I understand that completely. I lost my mom. I think I was early 30s. My mom was no, I was probably late 20s. My mom was 59 when she passed away. But my mom was a heavy cigarette smoker and she didn't want to quit. And the habit caught up with her. She got emphysema and she passed away from emphysema. My dad passed away when he was 74. So my dad outlived my mom, but my mom, it was choices that she made that took her life. Now, I smoked. I smoked up until my son was, he's 9. I quit smoking when he was 2. I did not like how my lungs felt. I didn't like how I was breathing. And I had enough. I went to my doctor and said I need help. He put me on a medication called Chantix and I quit. And I haven't smoked since.
Hi.
That's my son, Michael. Little bedhead there. He'll stop in and say hi every now and then. I don't boast him on the camera very much. I think the landlord's mowing the lawn. Can't really tell. Yeah, he's quick in, quick out. I don't force him on camera. I don't want to force him on camera. And I don't want people seeing him all the time either because people sit there and say things and it's not polite and he don't need to be exposed to that. He's a tall 9-year-old. He's gonna be taller than me. I might have to refresh this phone because it's way lagging. I think my landlord's here mowing our lawn. I can't really tell. Hey, Steven? Oh, he's out. Yeah, I can't do that to him. I really can't. I've seen some people expose their children to it, and I've watched some of them and some of the comments that people say, and I'm like, I don't ever want that said to me. It's not safe. There's too many the word pedophiles out there.
What did you just say?
The word pedophile. Do you know what a pedophile is?
No.
It's somebody who's into children like that.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. I don't sugarcoat anything for my son either. I keep it real with him and I let him know life is weird. No, it's not. Hey, don't pull them out and leave them on the chair like that because they get knocked down on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Give me a hug.
Okay. All right. He's a good kid. I kind of want to be nosy. See if it is my landlord here. A dry throat. I'm drinking a lot of fluid today. I'll be right back. I'm going to be nosy. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's not. No. No. Out.
Yeah.
Out. I think he wanted to be silly. He's being slick Rick there. It's not my landlord. My grass is still tall. I think he'll be coming soon though. Alright, let me get in there again. Okay. There we go. Living in a condo complex. No, I'm not. It's an upper lower duplex. So it's pretty much so a house, and we have the upper part, and our neighbors have the bottom part. We share a basement though. It's better than where I used to live. I lived in, which is kind of, I used to live in kind of what was like a condo living situation. But it felt more institutionalized. It was, we were enclosed and surrounded all around us. It just, it wasn't comfortable living. I'm gonna go refresh the chat. Okay. No, it wasn't gated. It's just, it was an apartment complex. But it was, They considered it condos. I mean, we had a 2 bedroom. We shared the basement. We paid for our laundry. We had to pay for the laundry machine. Um, Shared the hallway. It was an apartment building, but we were surrounded by each other, and you were enclosed. There was barely any windows. You had 2 windows in your living room, and that was it. Our bedroom didn't even have a window. Here we got windows all around us. It's nice. And we have a 3 bedroom, and it's not much more rent than what we paid over there. Exactly. So I mean, we don't have very many problems at all here. And we live with our dogs, and our neighbors don't complain about our dogs, so we're good. Okay, that I'm warm. How many? 13 minutes. Yeah, I'm drinking so much fluid, I'm having to use the restroom quite a bit. So I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go again. I have to go live tomorrow when I bake the bread because I can't bake it
Oh
tonight.
yeah, quit that. I forgot.
People are so uneducated and selfish these days. Yeah, and it depends on where you're at and stuff like that. It's like I feel like it's isolated in certain areas around here. I should have went to college, but I did. I had such a bad experience in high school. I didn't know how it would go in college, and I didn't want to pay for the same thing to happen in college.
Bro, bro, eating crickets.
But we are instilling that my son goes, and we are helping him through the process of school now, and we work with him all the time, and we do encourage him to go to college, and that college will make him a better person. I have a master's degree in public financial management. See, my son wants to go to school. I don't know if that's similar. He wants to go to school to be a banker like his aunt. She goes around to all the new banks, and she helps them with their marketing and stuff like that. I believe that's what she does. But he wants to do the same thing. And she makes really decent money at what she does, so he wants to do that. I want better for him. I'm here because of my choices. So, but I want him to know that he has choices too, and that he needs to do the right choices in order to get further in life. Because my friends went and graduated high school, and I don't know how they graduated high school because they not the smartest branches in the tree at all. Sometimes it drives me insane how much knowledge has went out their window. I'm sure I will, and I'm hoping I'll live long enough for him to succeed and see it. Because I know he's in third grade. They go till 12th grade in high school. He's 9 now. He'll be 18 in 9 years. I know I will see him graduate high school, but I'm hoping to see further. I'd like to see grandkids. I'm hoping I'll live that long. He don't want kids right now. He says ew, yuck. He's not even into the girls right now. In fact, he still hates the girls and says, the cootie thing. And he's my blessing. I wasn't wanting kids, and he happened. So he's a blessing.
Bro, your starting singer is a blues singer.
Let's see, where are we at? We are at 6 minutes. So, and it's we're gonna do the next set of folds here. Let me turn this alarm off though.
I'll get the middle.
Exit that out. And then we'll set a new one when we're done here. Alright, so now this one, we're going to do inclusions in. I got to take my little aliquot cup out. And these are jalapenos. And I took the seeds and the white membrane out so it's not spicy. So you're going to get flavor of jalapeno, but you're not going to get the spice. And the cheese I put in is a cheddar cheese, a mild cheddar cheese. And you're just going to do the same thing we did a little bit ago. You're going to bring it up, and you're going to see the dough's getting more tension in it. Now, before I touch the other dough, I'm going to wash my hands. I don't want to put the spice in the sweet dough. So we're going to wash my hands here. Because it's not cooked, I'm not putting jalapeno and cheddar in my sweet dough. Now my next set I'm gonna do is what they call a coil fold when I go to do my next one. It'll give more of a smoother surface. Now this is a chocolate one. I'm not gonna put my chocolate chips in this round, but I'm gonna put my strawberries in. Don't forget, and they're dehydrated strawberries. And this whole packet's gonna go in this one. And I kind of crunch them up a little bit. And then I just pour them in. You know what? I'm actually going to put the chips in. I'm going to put some of these Ghirardelli milk chocolate ones in. It's not really like my dough is life-threatening hot. So it'll be okay. Last time I kept my dough pretty hot. Don't forget to wet your hands. Keeps the dough from sticking. This is a fluffier dough. Get to stretching, stretching, and folding. Stretching and folding. And stretching and folding. Now it's going to sit another 45 minutes to do another one. I got to get some of this dough off my hands. Put the shower cap back on and then 45 more minutes. The shower cap keeps the dough from drying out. Then it goes back on my, oh, I forgot to put my little cup in. She's back in there. That shower cap will keep it from drying out. I'm going to wash my hands again. Wipe off your surfaces. And then I'm going to sit and go back on again and set another timer. Timer 45 minutes. Start. Bring up my phone. There we go. Another 45 minutes, and then we do that. We're gonna do what they call a coil fold. It's gonna be the same thing but going the opposite direction. It'll give a smoother and tighter surface, and when I go to do the shaping to put into my Benetton, it won't have all the inclusions at the surface. They're gonna be fire. I've had them both before. They're my favorites. These two are two of my favorite doughs. Or breads, I should say. The jalapeno cheddar is really good warm with cream cheese. And the sweet double chocolate espresso is good with a strawberry cream cheese.
Oh, it could be a 50% of that. 40% of that. 9%. 1%. Okay, that's pretty good.
So now they're gonna sit and relax. What the stretching does is it builds up that gluten network in the bread. If you don't do that, the bread will never rise. It's doing really good, nieces. I'm on my second set of stretch and folds. I got one more to do, and then the dough is gonna sit until it bulk ferments to where I can shape it. And then they'll go in the refrigerator overnight, and then tomorrow I'll go live baking the bread. I'm holding strong at 8 hours and 19 minutes. William's been keeping great company. I can kind of see if I can show you. I'll show you the jalapeno and cheddar one because the bowl is clear. See, I got the jalapeno and cheddar started to go in the dough. All right, nieces, thank you for stopping in. I got chicken with gravy in the crock pot behind me too. That's gonna be our supper, and then I'm just gonna make a thing of instant potatoes and some vegetables with it. Keeping it simple. I think next week in the crock pot I'll probably do my barbecue ribs. Nope, beef ribs. They're boneless beef ribs. I think they're chuck. I think boneless beef chuck ribs. I think I have to look. They're boneless country style beef chuck ribs. I don't do pork very often. My husband, he's not a fan of pork. He'll eat pork chops, but he won't do pork ribs. Now I'll eat pork chops. I'll do shake and bake pork chops. But I don't know. He'll eat like bacon, but he won't eat like the ribs or the what is that? The tenderloin. He won't do pork tenderloin either. Being from Texas, most did beef, but in Memphis it's more pork. Okay. I think it's because pork is cheaper than beef. You're allergic to beef. Is that actually are you really allergic to it? Like you can't even eat hamburgers? Because I think I heard isn't Hero's friend or girlfriend Colette? I think she's got that problem too.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
I used to say I'm allergic to a lot of things when I didn't want to have it or eat it when I was a kid. Okay. I'm allergic to kiwi. I'm allergic to bleach. And I'm allergic to a few other medications. I'm also got allergies to grass and those what I call them cockaburs, those things that you would walk through and they would stick to your sock and they were really it wasn't like they were prickly, but they would stick to your sock and they when you picked them up with your fingers they didn't hurt you, they just stuck. I call them cockaburs. I'm allergic to that. Well, they are a common weed that grows in the grass. And when you're mowing your lawn, you don't see them. But if you don't mow a certain area, they'll grow. And that's where you usually will walk through and they get stuck on your clothing. But when the grass gets mowed and they're in the grass and that weed is getting mowed down, I have problems. Um, it makes it hard for me to be outside in the summer sometimes. Definitely taking a lot of allergy pills at that time. And I just found out last year that I was allergic to grass. You're the third person to say you love that clock. Who was the first one? Austin Dashes, and then Heather, and you. It's not real. It's just a cheap clock I got on Amazon, to be honest. Definitely put you to sleep staring at the ticker. I think my live went out for a second. Maybe I need to check the battery on my phone. Let me try backing out and going back in. $73. No, my battery's good. Okay, yeah, it went out and then went off. It said you're back on live, but it didn't say it on the phone that I'm looking at, so I don't know. I took shots twice a week for several years, which keeps my allergies from being. But my list was like 2 full pages of food, animal, trees, and grass, and etc. My test was kind of inconclusive because I was allergic to the what do you call that? The key element to the test that they do for the skin test. My every single one of my dots raised. But they knew for sure I was allergic to the grass because that one got real big. And they said that I can't do the skin test because of being allergic to that, or not being allergic to it. No, that wasn't the case. Like, I can scratch my skin and my skin gets raised. I have a skin condition that causes my skin to raise anytime I do something to it. So, or irritate the skin. That's what it was. So, therefore, they couldn't really do a skin poke test on me because it would be inconclusive because my skin raises to anything that happens to it. So, they did a blood test. That's how I found out I was allergic to the cockabur bush. But the grass, because the bump was very engulged compared to the others, that was a definite. Exactly. I have a shellfish allergy and I do carry an EpiPen for that too. But that didn't start happening until I got older and I've eaten shellfish most of my life because my dad was in the military and we had shellfish all the time everywhere we went. Um, I told her, I said, it's going to be hard for me to stop eating shrimp and all that stuff. So she said, well, I need you to take an EpiPen because your allergy could become very bad. And I really don't eat it that often. It's once in a blue moon. So I do carry an EpiPen everywhere I go. What happened is we were out to eat and I noticed my tongue kind of weird and I had a hard time spitting out my words after we ate shellfish. That's how we found that out. Refresh. I think these doughs are gonna be done before I can, like, this chocolate one. She's like healthy, dude. Like very poofy. I'm trying to find a rip in the plastic. I don't wanna. Man, she a fluffy dough. Oh, she pretty dang fluffy. I gotta get the my rice flour out. Gotta show you guys how I do that too. Yes, got that. That's the rice flour. I don't use regular flour to coat my stuff because it can make your bread dry. Hi, Elisa. The sourdough is coming along. I just did my second set of stretch and folds and added inclusions. This is the jalapeno cheddar one. The chocolate one you really can't see because the bowl's not clear. Um, she's got one more set, and that one I'm going to do coil folds and probably add a little bit more inclusions into the jalapeno cheddar, or I'll save them for lamination. She's coming along, and then she'll go into her breaded or her I keep showing my other phone. She'll go into these bread baskets that I will spray with water and lightly dust with rice flour. I could put a I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put their cloths in there. I got these little cloths that I can put on them. I think that's what I'm going to do. I got one for each shaped basket. And then I'll wet that cloth and then I'll dust it with the rice flour. Who's Nieces? Nieces is pretty known amongst our community of dashers and stuff. She's always in our lives. So Nieces is a good person. Nieces is a great person. She's nice. She's a nice person. So is White Point, who is known as William. He's a nice person too. Yes, Elisa is a very nice person. I'm drinking 2 thermoses of tea, and these are 40-ounce teacups. I'm going to be going to the bathroom all night long. Yes, I remember. I drink unsweetened tea. I don't like sugar in my tea. My mom used to drink it that way, so that's how I grew up with it. Thanks, Nisi. Have a good rest of your day, and I hope you feel better. You did tell me you were not feeling well earlier, right? I've had a few people tell me they weren't feeling so good today. Sometimes my memory's good, sometimes my memory's not so good. Today is a good day. Night, nieces. Take care. No, it's a Miyoki cup. I got it off of the TikTok. I should use a Stanley. I don't like the straws on these cups. They're metal and I've gotten hurt on them. Sure. I don't like the metal straw, but it's supposed to be one of those cups that you could tip upside down and it doesn't leak. And I like that. But if you have a full cup and it tips, it leaks. So it's not 100% leak proof. I wish you a good day. All right. Thanks for coming in, William. I appreciate you. You kept me great company today. Yeah, it's pretty colors. I have two of them. I have this one too. They do keep your drinks very cold, and they do keep ice in them for over 24 hours. It is like a sunset. I just don't like the metal straws. I think if they had different straws, that cup would be an ideal cup. When I'm in my car and I'm door dashing and I take my phone off the cradle and I come down, I've hit my elbow a couple times on it and it's left a nice mark.
This guy had to make the hardest decision of his life in the middle of this air song.
All right, bye, Elisa. Thank you for coming in. Have a good night.
This guy had to make the hardest decision of. Hey, fool, did you get rid of the witness? Any check, fool? Yup, he's dead. All right, I'm parked outside looking out. Take whatever you can. Hey, you brought the wrong house, dog. This bottle is broke. Did you search the whole bag? Yeah, all I found was a PS2 with no controllers,
This up
a
here.
corner, and a Gucci panel from Wish. How do you know it's from Wish? Because they spelled Gucci with two O's. Damn, that's embarrassing. But the coast is clear, so keep looking. Hey, I found the keys to his auto one. The one outside is sitting on bricks? Yup, and it's only got 400,000 miles on it, dog. Dog, check his pants for a wallet or something. But I got it, fool. There's nothing in here but a picture of his baby mom and a used pregnancy test. Does she at least look good? Hell no. She's cross-eyed with a pointy mustache. Ooh. Hey, but the good news is the pregnancy test is positive. They're expecting, homie. Sounds like he's gonna be an ugly baby.
Wondering if I should put more in or if I should wait. I probably should wait.
Yeah, I agree, dog. Anyways, I'm still in his shoes. Start the car. Let's go. Damn, homie's feet smell like an elote with everything on it. Hurry up, fool. The neighbors are looking at me funny. I'm a little hard. All right, fool, on the way. Hey, fool, did you get rid of the witness? Any check, fool? Yup, he's dead. All right, I'm parked outside looking out. Take whatever you can. Hey, you brought the wrong house, dog. This bottle is broke. Did you search the whole pad? Yeah, fool, and all I found was a PS2 with no controllers, a hot Corona, and a Gucci panel from Wish. How do you know it's from Wish? Because they spelled Gucci with two O's. Damn, that's embarrassing. But the coast is clear, so keep looking. Hey, I found the key.
Drinking too much liquid.
I don't have the greatest angles, but I'm practicing almost every day. I've gotten a little better.
Stir this chicken around a little bit. Chicken already done. Steven, we gotta start getting those tires done. After I do my next set of folds, we'll go outside and get that done. Well, it'll be a minute before I do my next set of folds. But we need to get them tires to the van and move the van across the street. Yeah, that's the fun part. We bought tires online. We got to load them in the van. We can't my husband's gonna stay home, and I'm gonna take my son to school in the morning, and I'm gonna take my van out to the place to have my tires done. Um, we can't leave the dogs home alone because Lincoln is a chewer and a howler. So he's gonna stay home with the dogs, and I'm gonna go and take the tires to get done. Which also I might, walk around the Walmart at where I'm going, because the Walmart where I'm going, I don't mind going to, and there's a couple things that I want to go and check out at that Walmart. Not like I can go shopping, but either way, I gotta entertain myself while my car's getting tires. That could be anywhere from an hour to 2 hours, depending on how long it takes them to put the tires on. But needless to say, that's why I didn't go live last week. I carried tires in two strapped together downstairs, which I should have unstrapped them and carried them down individually, and I hurt myself doing so. I tend to talk with my hands a lot. I gotta get my pan out from the potatoes. Really don't want to do the tires today, but it's got to get done. I'm not doing them early in the morning. And then I got to also switch my laundry around in the basement. So, bathroom break. I will be back. Michael, in the morning shower, no questions. Hear me? Hi Meg, how are you? Yes, I'm still doing bread. I got inclusions in, and I have one more what they call a coil fold to do. I'm gonna add a little bit more inclusions into my dough at that time, and then it'll be shaping um, once the dough has done its bulk ferment. Which I got little cups in there to tell me when it's done. How are you doing today so far? I'm still surviving. I'm going on. That can't be right. It says 6 hours and 37 minutes when it said almost 8 last time. So my clock is wrong on my phone. I'm going to try refreshing. See if that does anything. Yeah, I don't know why it says that. It's been longer than 6 hours. I've been on since 7 a.m. this morning. So I've been on for a little while. If I would have done my starter feeding it last night, I would have been done sooner with this live. But because I fed my starter this morning and we waited for it to get to peak, that's why I'm still doing the sourdough right now.
What? He does that.
So I think what now on, because I did show the process, my lives now on, I will feed my sourdough at night. I got chicken and gravy in my slow cooker, and I'm gonna make some instant mashed potatoes and a vegetable for supper. And then my husband and me are gonna load all 4 tires into my van so I can get my tires done tomorrow. And then I gotta switch my laundry to the dryer and get that folded when it's done. And then I'm set and ready to start heading to bed. I take a night med because I have insomnia. So I always take night meds around 8:30 p.m. my time, which is Central Time. And then I'm in bed by 9:30. So that's why when Matt does his karaoke's, I always ask him, what time you're going live. And usually I try to pay for my karaoke song in advance, so he does it pretty early in the night. Cause the medication I take, when it kicks in, I'm done for. If I'm fighting it, you'll know, cause I say weird things in the chat.
I bought 11 bottles of Sprite and carefully poured them into this chamber. Once it was filled, I lined the rim with a bead of silicone and placed a custom acrylic lid on top with the cutout of a blade for a sword. Then I inserted my
Oh,
sword
that's
into
neat.
the chamber.
I didn't realize that.
But how did it turn black over the
I gotta clean these knobs off.
You see, just 10 seconds after inserting my sword into the chamber,
I really like my new kitchen island because I got a lot more room to do things on. Now, as far as shaping the dough on it, I don't know how well that's gonna go. So it's either gonna be a hot mess or it's gonna go nice and smooth. Because when I did my pudding loaf, that thing stuck all over this thing like glue. But in defense of the pudding dough, it was a very sticky dough.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness! That looks so cool. Wow. That might be the new
In the case of this chocolate sweet dough, I will be flouring my surface. And I don't use regular flour when I flour my surface. I use a rice flour that I got off of Amazon. I've done the flour thing and my dough just seems to suck it up like a straw, and it becomes even more sticky. This rice flour is really nice though. Some people mix their rice flour with regular flour, but I haven't tried that. I just think if my flour's not working, why put flour in with the rice flour and make that not work? And I've done a lot of trial and error, and when I first started, I made a lot of what you call frisbees because my dough would stay like this and would not rise like that. So I didn't show all my downfalls with my dough. I just showed the good pictures. which I probably should have showed my bad doughs, because then people would understand everything's not always perfect. And even though it didn't rise, that bread was still good. It didn't taste bad. I just didn't do things and wait for my starter to be ready. If you're having issues, more than likely it is going to go back to your starter. Hi, Kaylee. No, the only reason it's taken so long is because we fed the starter this morning and we had to wait for it to come to peak. If I would have fed it last night, we would have already been putting this in that basket and putting it in the fridge overnight. That's the only reason it took so long. So that's why this is taking so long. It's all on your timing and when you're feeding it. And I wanted to kind of show you guys how the feeding process was too. So that's why I fed it this morning. Now on, when I do them, they'll go quicker. Then you're going to be like, that was it? Yeah, that was it. The bread part goes pretty quick. It's the process of waiting for your starter to get to peak to make the bread. And when are we due? 6 more minutes. We can actually do that now. So I'm going to turn my timer off. And we're going to do our last set of stretch and folds or coil folds. Exit that. Put my camera back up so if things pop up and I can't see it. Okay. Alright. So I'm going to move this out of the way. We're going to start with this jalapeno one. And we are going to add more inclusions in here. Don't forget to take your aliquot cup out. Save the rest for thing. Alright, spread it kind of. We're just going to do stretch and folds on this one. Just because this one looks rough. Wet your hands. Go in. Bring the dough up as high as it'll go without tearing it. She's got good window pane. She's doing good. Bring it up. Stretch it over. See how it's... And I still got one more fold to do. Bring it up. Stretch it over. Same thing with this side. I'm going to kind of smooth the surface out because this is the last time I'm going to touch it. So it's going to look like a round, smooth surface. And the cheese and the jalapenos are all inside that dough. I'm going to put the cup in. Put it back on. I'm going to wash my hands to do the chocolate one because I'm not putting jalapeno juice in there. That would be one slice of chocolate. Now, I could have left my hands wet from that. That did make no sense, but that's okay. Now we got the chocolate one, which has some strawberries and some chocolate chips in it. I'm going to take its dough cup out. I am not adding any more strawberries or chocolate to it right now. When I do my lamination, I'm going to add more to it. And my chocolate dough is a little bit more fluffier than the jalapeno one right now. So we're going to see how this turns out. And that's usually because of the sugar content. So I'm going to bring it up, stretch it over. I was going to do colorful, but you don't have to. It's all... And one more turn. And you can see that it's holding its own. So she's done doing that. And we're going to get her a smooth surface too. And then she's smooth. Put her cup back in the bowl. Clean your hands off. I don't try to touch them shower caps with a lot of dough on my hands. And then it goes back on there, and then once the dough has risen in the cup, she's ready to be shaped. And I probably might end the live and just go back live when she's ready to shape for you guys to see that, because it might take a little bit before she gets to where she needs to go. Because I got to do a few things. We got to put tires. What made you start doing sourdough? TikTok. Watching all them people do it on there. I was like, oh shit, I could do that. I'm like, I want to try that. So yeah, TikTok. TikTok made me do it. Of course, TikTok makes a lot of people do a lot of things. But now I don't even hardly go on TikTok anymore. I do mainly all my searches on YouTube and Google now. So, but TikTok started me. I gotta put the tires in my van to go get my tires done tomorrow, and I gotta switch my laundry. I don't think you guys want to sit here staring at the bowls while I go. So I'm gonna end the live, and then I'm gonna come back live when I have to shape these, and then put them in the baskets, and then I'll go live tomorrow when I bake them, so you guys can see that process too. So I'm gonna end it, and then I'll come back on. You guys have a good night, and I'll see you in a little while.